So, wir sind wieder mal zurück mit Trails of Cold Steel. Und schon so ziemlich in den letzten Zügen. Wir haben das jetzt mal mit dem Festival begonnen. Ich habe mit Absicht uns nur noch ein Festival-Ticket übrig gelassen, weil ab da wieder 4 Plot kommt. Aber wir machen auch noch eine Sache, bevor wir uns der weiteren Story widmen. The Red Moon. Wir haben noch eine Lesestunde vor uns. Das letzte Mal hatten wir die Drama City. Jetzt haben wir die Red Moon Rose. Und ich schon sehe, ach du Scheiße. Ey, gut, die Pages sind kleiner, aber wir sind bis zu 30 Pages. Ach du Scheiße. Ich glaube, das wird mehr als nur eine Lesestunde, aber okay. Fangen wir direkt einfach an, weil das wird sich ziehen. Chapter 1, The Red Moon. Our story begins in Erebonia during the Middle Ages, some 200 years ago. The War of the Lions had concluded in Western Cimmeria, and Emperor Traxus, a driving force behind its resolution, had been deceased for over a decade. The imperial capital, Heimdall, was a beautiful traditional city with rows of cheerful red brick buildings that had earned it the nickname of the Vermilion capital. In one back alley of the city, however, a solemn mood reigned. Soldiers in the military uniforms paced up and down while a crowd of onlookers gathered to see what was going on. They clung to the edges of the scene, refusing to disperse no matter how many times they were asked at the center of the commotion like a young woman. Her skin was shockingly pale, as if not a drop of blood ran through her veins. On her neck, 2 dark red spots stood out in stark contrast to the pallid flesh. Seeing this, a middle-aged soldier let out a loud sigh and took out his pocket watch. It was just after 6. He gave a curt order to the subordinates to find out who she was, and the woman's body was swiftly carried away from the curious stares at the gawkers. After watering her safely borne away, he noticed a younger soldier following the woman with his eyes as well. Alphonse! He tapped the young man on his shoulder. The soldier started, seeming to realize that he was still on duty. Sorry, Gerard. Someone flustered. Alphonse adjusted his beret, then hung his head apologetically. Though snapped from his reverie, it was clear that he still had something on his mind. I believe I've told you before to address me as Sir while on duty. I'm your commanding officer, after all, Gerard said jokingly. With one pat on his shoulder, Gerard reminded him to stay focused and then left to give orders to the rest of the subordinates. Alphonse quickly returned to his post, silently grateful for Gerard's characteristically thoughtful gesture. Watching this exchange was another younger soldier, the same age as Alphonse. Scowling unpleasantly, he gave an audible tut. The girl's untimely demise, though shocking, was but one in a series of grisly murders that were the talk of the town. Most of the victims were young women who had been out at night, and they all had met their end through loss of blood. Or put another way, the victims had died after having all of their blood drained from their bodies. Also, eine typische Vampir-Story. Furthermore, all of the bodies which had been found had something else in common. Each had bite marks on their neck, as if they had been pierced by incredibly sharp fangs. It didn't take long for word of this to start to spread among the people of Heimdall, and all who had heard the rumors were quick to think of one of the many ancient legends which existed in Erebonia. Specifically, the legend that described immortal, monstrous creatures which roamed the land at night, feeding on the blood of humans. It was these rare legends that eventually became the inspiration of the mass-killing new moniker, the Vampire Murderers. That night, after study were completed, Alphonse made his way to a small tavern tucked away in a corner of the capital by the name of Allegria to enjoy a late evening meal. As he sat down to his dinner, a pretty girl near his own age, with a glossy chestnut ponytail, studied him with obvious concern. So how is it, Alfie? Is it nice? I hope so. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. The girl, Luca, had been Alphonse's friend since his arrival in Heimdall about 10 years ago. A shy, nervous smile tugged at her lips as she continued to watch him. Alphonse felt a hot blush creep up his neck under her intense gaze, but he forced himself to eat. The beef stew she had made had a simple yet comforting taste to it. Yeah, he assured her. It's really good. You've really gotten the hang of this. Luca relaxed at his words, and with a few quick, self-conscious glances at the rest of the tavern's customers, she seated herself opposite to them. Her courage seemed spent after this gesture though, and they sat in awkward silence for some time until she managed to ask them, "How's work going these days?" It would work. Alphonse's hand, which was carrying food in his mouth, instantly came to a halt. Despite the so-called vampire murders going on for quite some time, they had been unable to find a single clue to the culprit behind it all. The corpulence of the wound from that afternoon flashed across his mind's eye, and the pleasant flavor of the stew died on his tongue. So young. She must have had family, friends, perhaps even a partner, just like anyone else. She had had her whole life ahead of her, and yet that life had been brought to a sudden end, just like so many others before her. What the criminal had done was unforgivable, but the reprehensible nature of the crimes wasn't the only reason that Alphonse was obsessed with this case. It was sadly for him, there was very little that he could do to solve it now that he had been removed from the investigation team. Lucas, of course, brought him back from his sports. Effie, just don't go overdoing it, okay? The kind words made Alphonse realize how tense his expression must have become. The concerns embarrassed him. "I'm fine, honestly," he said in what he had hoped was a reassuring voice. Alphonse was a member of the unit of the Imperial Army popularly known as the Gerard team, which was responsible for maintaining law and order in Heimdall. Gerard, the team's commanding officer, had long cared for Alphonse like a father, and it was his recommendation that led Alphonse to join the army and had become a member of the team. Since then, he lived in a dormitory near the army's guardhouse. As Mia at the tavern finished, he sketched Luca a quick goodbye and took his usual road back towards the dormitory. An eerie red-colored moon hung full in the sky, bathing the brick buildings in a bewitching calm and glow. Walking along, Alphonse couldn't help but notice that the number of people on the streets at night was much smaller of late. Considering the culprit behind the vampire murders had been found, it was hardly surprising though. And despite the fact that barely anyone dared to take the streets, new victims kept appearing one after another, as if to mock the soldiers who withdrew in the dead of night to keep them safe. The sense of fear in the city increased by the day, and was a deep unease shared by all, even the soldiers. Silently, he swore to himself yet again that he would stop at nothing to catch whoever was responsible and bring them to justice. Suddenly, Alphonse stopped in his track. His troubled thoughts was interrupted by the sight of an unaccompanied woman walking ahead of him. The deep shadows blanketing the path made it difficult to be certain, but she seemed unsteady on her feet. To his further surprise, she then turned and disappeared down an even darker back alley. Considering the ongoing vampire murders, it was hard to believe that anyone would be so careless. With a resolute air, Alphonse set about following that woman, determined to call out to her and try to prevent her from coming to any harm. He entered the back alley. Gloom obscured all but the sharpest of angles. He squinted, willing his eyes to adjust. The soft outline of a woman's back took shape in the depths of the alley. "Excuse me, I'm not sure it's wise to be..." Alphonse forgot what he was going to say. Something was wrong. Slowly, the woman turned to face him, her head hung limply to the side, long hair masking her face. Yet her eyes could be seen through the wire locks, but they held no focus, no awareness. She opened them after a moment. Horrified by the disturbing figure before him, Alphonse froze. In an instant, she was on him. Arms outstretched, she lunged and seized his neck in a crushing grip. Taken already by surprise, he fell backwards, the weight of the pinning him down. Slowly, methodically, he began to squeeze. He growled. How could that seemingly lifeless woman be capable of such unnatural strength? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry her arms from around his windpipe. All his training, his youthful strength, none of it seemed to count for anything against those unyielding claws. Her fingers stuck deeper still, and the already painful absence of air became indescribable agony. From his low vantage point, Alphonse was able to see more of the woman's face now. It swam in and out of view of his oxygen-starved brain, but her pale flesh was almost luminous against the darkness of the night. Her lips were chapped and colorless. As she squeezed, they began to part in a hungry leader, the edges splitting. Dinner! Although Alphonse could barely understand what was happening, his instinct knew exactly what the woman was about to do. He bucked and writhed desperately in her grip, but her hold was too great. Black began seeping into his vision. Even as he remembered the saber to his waist, he was too weak to draw it. The black-eyed woman thrusted her face eagerly towards his neck, teeth bared and mouth running wide. Alphonse began to close his eyes. Death seemed his only choice, but just then, the world in his fading view exploded. Exploded, okay. Ich hätte kaum nachreden. Kann wieder immer nur so eine kleine Trinkpause machen. Aber das ist immer weiter gewohnt sein, wenn ihr Lesestunden machen. Ich glaube viel nebenher. Chapter 2, Vampire Hunter. As the world blurred, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a geometric shape pass before his eyes. It was the sole of a boot moving at incredible speed. With a bone-crushing thud, the woman was thrown aside, and Alpha's field of vision filled with the night sky. Free from the woman's grasping fingers, he coughed furiously, sucking in as much fresh air as his tortured throat could manage. "Are you alright?" asked a voice beside him. He thought it was a second woman, who he was certain had not been there moments ago. She wore a navy blue overcoat paired with a matching navy blue beret. Her ash blonde hair reached as far as her neck, and her features were dignified, though still retained clear vestiges of childlike innocence. I guess she seemed to be roughly the same age as Alphonse himself. Still busy processing the events, Alphonse made no reply to her query. The woman watched him for some time before coolly stating, "You appear to be mostly uninjured, at least. I'm glad to have arrived in time." Seemingly satisfied he would survive, she turned away and studied the crumpled form of the woman who had attacked him. "That," she said with a nod of distaste, "is a ghoul. A thing of a person becomes after their blood has been drained by a vampire." As she spoke, she kicked her left foot against the ground, then the tap, tap, tap seemed to punctuate each word. It appeared to be the boot that she had used to kick the ghoul, away from him. As he followed the restless strumming of her boot, then he thought, "Vampire? I have no issues with yarding about, but I would prefer it if you stood aside before doing so. You're in my way." Her words were sharp, but no sooner had she sat down than a creaking sound filled the air. The ghoul, which had been motionless on the ground while they were talking, was now slowly rising. Its contorted body lifted from the cobblestones using only the power of its legs. It was a grotesque spectacle and utterly unnatural, and if the ghoul was buffered by the earlier blow, it showed no sign. Without a warning, the ghoul suddenly kicked at the ground like a wild beast and propelled itself forward toward them. Alphonse jerked to his feet and leaped forward to shield the brown woman. The exact moment that the ghoul made its reach of funds, the burnt woman behind him calmly put her hand into her overcoat pocket. In one smooth motion, she drew something out of it. It was a long, thin rapier. Its surface was radiant silver polished to a mirror-like sheen that reflected the smoldering glow of the red moon. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrusted the rapier forward. Its pointed end flew past his neck, piercing the ghoul's throat effortlessly. With an equally smooth motion, she withdrew the blade. The ghoul fell to the ground and didn't even move again. The menacing aura it had been radiating dissipated into nothing. Alphonse stood fixed on the spot, dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed. A small trickle of blood ran down his neck where the rapier had grazed it. "I do believe that I told you to stand aside. I suppose you must not have heard me." Sighing, she took the ghoul's body from the weapon before returning it to its scabbard. "After all, if you had heard me and acted that way regardless, I would be forced to conclude that you are most foolish indeed." Her blunt words and composed expression finally brought Alphonse back to his senses. "I was just trying to keep you from getting hurt, but never mind that. What's going on here anyway? Who are you, and why was that woman trying to—" He intended to finish his sentence with the words, "Eat me," but the possibility of what might have been was too terrifying to his voice. What was clear to him was that the woman before him had saved his life, and stabbed the ghoul to do so. Looking at Alphonse's confused expression as he wrestled with the situation, she gave a resigned sigh. You appear to be a member of the military, I presume, then? You're familiar with the so-called vampire murders? Yeah, of course. But then, if I were to tell you that those vampire murders really are the work of a vampire, would you believe me? Alphonse gaped at her. What? Without answering, she turned away from him and walked over to the goal. Gently, she lifted it from the ground so Alphonse could get a good look at the face. What had been a terrifying creature just moments ago was now a woman again. The expression was completely peaceful. It was hard to believe she was the same woman who had attacked him earlier. Look closer here. The blonde woman instructed. She pointed at the corpse's neck, specifically at the two red dots on its surface. They were completely consistent with the marks on all of the other victims of the vampire murders. It certainly looks like a vampire bite, wouldn't you say? She said this as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Alphonse still looked puzzled, but she ignored him and continued. Humans who die as a result of having their blood sucked by a vampire become ghouls, who then try to feast on other humans. The sword, she said, tapping the scabbard, has been blessed by the church and is capable of putting them to rest. The words brought the bizarre spectacle he had just witnessed back to the front of his mind. While he was interested in the church part of her statement, he had more pressing questions to ask. Ging das in Grazit oder so? Is he saying that this was the work of a vampire? Would you expect me to believe something so ridiculous? Whether you choose to believe it or not, it's the truth. A very unfortunate truth, but a truth nonetheless, she said in the same cool, disinterested tone. Often struggled with it. The truth, as she presented it, beggared belief. And yet, everything she said added up and seemed consistent. It was equally hard to believe that everything was a lie. She consciously touched his throat. The idea only bolstered her position. He found himself willing to believe her. There's a vampire in the city, of that I'm certain, and I, she continued, placing a hand on her chest, am here to put an end to it. A period of silence followed, and the room began to talk again. Still, this is not ordinarily a matter that laymen should be involved with, so I recommend that you forget all that you have seen and heard here. And I would prefer, she added, with a meaningful glance, if you kept all of this to yourself as well. She turned to walk away. Wait! Alphonse called out her. He sort of stood a little straighter. Will you allow me to help you? The blonde woman came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head to look at him. It was clear that a sudden question had caught her off guard. Slowly she faced him completely. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting you to propose something quite ludicrous. What could I possibly stand to gain by allowing you to help me? The tone was as sharp as ever, but Alphonse wasn't fazed. Around 10 years ago, both of my parents were killed. They died the exact way as the victims of the vampire murders. Shock showed through the woman's normally pink expression. Alphonse continued. I don't know much about the day, but there's one thing that I can't forget. One thing I will never be able to forget. As he spoke, I returned wearily to him. Roughly 10 years ago, Alphonse and his family had lived in a village in a remote region of the Empire. His father was a member of the army, serving in a unit stationed nearby, but it was an uneventful post. And they lived a quiet life. It was as normal and peaceful an existence as one could have until that fateful day when Alphonse returned from playing outside. It was then that he saw a sight that would be burned into his memories, his dreams, forever. There in his home, he found the corpse of his parents lying in a room stained with blood. Their bodies had been drained and their necks were marked by strange bites. The incident was so unpleasant and bizarre that even then there were those who believed that it was the work of a vampire. The army conducted an investigation, but were unable to find any clues that would lead them to a suspect. And eventually, the case was deemed unsolvable. Left with no living family, Alphonse was taken in by his father's best friend and followed joined the army, Gerard, and ended up living in Heimdall. If what she was saying was true and vampires really did exist, then maybe she was actually responsible for his parents' deaths. From the look on her face, it seemed that she too thought it could be the case. Alphonse shook his head, though it was more for himself. It doesn't really matter if it was the work of a vampire or not. I feel as though by solving this case I'll finally be able to move on from what happened that day. That's why. And a long silence fell between them. The blonde woman seemed to be deep in thought, and Alphonse waited patiently for a reply. Eventually she let out a short sigh. As part of the army, you have access to restricted information on the murders. Perhaps your assistance might allow me to find the vampire more quickly. She put her hand inside her coat and took out a short sword with the same silvery glow as the rapier she had used earlier. This will allow you to fight against the ghosts and vampires. If you will be cooperating with me, I expect you to protect yourself. Everyone scanned her face. The expression clearly said that she wouldn't brook any nonsense. His resolve would need to be firm and unwavering, and he would need to be prepared to encounter more ghouls like the one from before. Furthermore, he would have to be ready to face the vampires that lurked in the city once and for all. With a resolute air, he accepted a sword from her. My name's Alphonse, but everyone just calls me Al. The blonde woman looked down at her now empty hand, and the corners of her lips quirked up slightly. She raised the edges of the skirt underneath her coat and gave him respectful courtesy. My name's Rose. I mentioned that our time together will be brief, but I look forward to working with you on Alice. Jetzt kommen wir direkt mit 30 Seiten. Ich habe das Gefühl, das ganze Ding wird nochmal ein bisschen länger. Chapter 3, Foreboding. The next morning, Alphonse found himself in his commanding officer's Gerard office. He had come to request permission to independently investigate the vampire murders. Gerard scratched his head before giving Alphonse a questioning look, his eyes filled with the kind of vitality one would expect from a much younger man. You want to pursue that case all on your own? Alphonse cleared his throat nervously. He was well aware that what he was asking was completely unreasonable. No, not on my own. The civilian has agreed to help me conduct my investigation. The two of us will be going together. It sounded pretty weak to him, but Rose had been adamant that he kept the truth for the matter to themselves. It wouldn't be to benefit of society for the existence of vampires to become widely known, she insisted. As such, try and arrange for us to be able to investigate the murders by ourselves without interruption. Aside from a cool farewell for now, that had been their last words before disappearing to the night. And what she said made sense. There was simply no way that Gerard would believe that vampires existed, even if it was a surrogate son trying to restrain him. After all, despite seeing a ghoul with his very own eyes, Alphonse still wanted to believe that it had all been a dream. To compound the problem further, for reasons that Alphonse wasn't privy to, Rose seemed opposed to anything other than investigating the matter covertly. As such, her joining the team formed to officially investigate the murders was off the table. Alphonse was therefore left with no choice but to propose the two of them investigate together in secret. Alphonse was not surprised and to see Gerard's less than relaxed expression. Listen, Al, as a guardian, I've got responsibility to look after you. That's why I want to raise you to be a fine soldier. Why I don't want you putting your life in danger for no good reason. Alphonse flushed. He had already been removed from the investigation from the team investigating the murders, as well as taking off a night patrol duty. George would bear well of his fixation with the case. This was exactly why he was afraid that Alphonse might end up going too far in his attempt to solve it and get injured, or worse. Gerard, sir. I understand exactly what you're trying to say, and I appreciate your concern, but... Seeing Alphonse's determination, Gerard hesitated. The boy standing before him was calm with clear eyes. Where previously there had been recklessness, now purpose and resolve seemed to rule. After a lengthy silence, he let out a desire of resignation. You really do take after your father. He smiled fondly, but quickly switched to his official commanding officer voice. I expect you to give your utmost to successfully resolving the mystery behind these murders. However, I approve of this mission only on the condition that you report daily on the results of your investigation. Yeah. Alphonse almost responded in his usual casual tone, but caught himself just in time. He coughed, cleared his throat, and stood to attention. Gerard chuckled. Just be sure not to put yourself needlessly in danger, understood? And if anything happens, inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Alphonse gave a deep bow, grateful for his guardian's kindness. I see that everything went well. That's good news. The two of them were in the corner of the shopping district, where the first victim of the vampire murders had been found. It was the middle of the day, but the alleyway in which they stood was gloomy and draped in shadows by the looming buildings that surrounded it. The second he had stepped into the narrow passageway was had appeared out of nowhere just like the previous day. because the place where Alphonse had been attacked by the ghoul the previous night was currently under investigation by the Terra team. They thought it best to stay clear of it for the rest of the day. As such, they had decided to examine the scene of an earlier murder instead. Unlike the previous night, Rose had neither her coat nor her sword with her. Instead, she wore some dress in the local style. Anyone seeing her for the first time wouldn't be able to tell that she was anything more than a perfectly ordinary girl. According to Rose, neither vampires nor ghouls were able to operate in daylight, and thus battle-ready wear was unnecessary. Everyday clothing also had the benefit of allaying suspicion by blending in, she said. It was fine logic in theory, but with Alphonse the guard in his military uniform, they made for an unusual pairing. As such, Alphonse couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he realized how few people were in the surrounding area. The scene of the first murder still had a solemn air about it. Alphonse set about scouring the area, and as he mused over the case details involving the victims, a question came to mind. Thinking about it, I never heard about any of the earlier victims turning into ghouls. Is that because you've been defeating them? I shook her head. No. In previous cases, I was able to purify the bodies with thaumaturgy before they turned into ghouls. But I will not harm the bodies of the deceased if I can help it. Thaumaturgy, as Rose explained it, was the collective name of special techniques used by a small number of people belonging to the Septim Church, the Kreuzritter. The power of thaumaturgy was also apparently the reason why Rose's rapier and Alphonse's short sword were capable of defeating ghouls and vampires. Curious, Alphonse asked Rose if she was connected to the church, to which she responded, "Feel free to think of it that way." Each to probe her more on the subject, but she began explaining the particulars about ghouls, so he let it drop. Since the murders had started, it seemed that the time it took for a corpse to turn into a ghoul was decreasing with every kill. Alphonse's encounter with the ghoul the previous night was the first occasion that she had been unable to purify the victim in time. As such, she had been left with no choice but to fight. Still, that possibility was well within my expectations. It's not the first time it has happened after all. To someone like yourself who would appear and try to get involved certainly wasn't, however. Rose said with a giggle, causing Alphonse's ears to turn pink at the tips. Anyway, I said, crouching down to inspect the ground level, have you managed to gather anything about the culprit from your previous investigations? Rose nodded. Judging by the bite marks left on the victims, I believe that the vampire is likely male. Furthermore, despite victims being found all across the city, the bite marks look the same as one another. That suggests the work of a single vampire. Beyond that, however... Rose was silent. Is something bothering you? Alphonse asked without thinking. Yes, actually. It may be possible that the vampire lurking in this city is... She stopped mid-sentence. Your gaze was focused on something behind Alphonse. Turning around, he saw a young man in a military uniform much like himself. It was someone he knew. Elroy, what are you doing here? Oh, I was about to ask you the same thing, the man grumbled. Elroy was a fellow member of the Terra team who had joined around the same time as Alphonse did. That combined with the two being roughly the same age, one might expect him to get along well, but in reality they usually ended up arguing about everything. They had been like that for almost as long as Alphonse had known him. I heard they formed a separate team to check up on the murders, but I had no idea that it was just a pretext to be meeting a woman during working hours. Elroy sneered. Alphonse started his annoyance. At least it seemed as if the other man hadn't overheard their earlier conversation. Clearing his throat, Alphonse said evenly. She's a civilian who's assessing your investigation. So knock it off. And you? What are you doing here? Nothing particular. I just happened to be passing by. You've got to patrol a much wider area now thanks to all this vampire nonsense. Alphonse stood and gave him a cold look. Watch what you're saying. You in this area have lost family and friends because of these murders. Elroy snorted and cast an uncaring glance at the spot where the first victim had been found. I mean, seriously? Vampire murders? You're supposed to be the Imperial Army and not a bunch of country bracers. Are you seriously considering the possibility that fairy tale creatures like that exist? And besides, what kind of idiot goes out at night when there's a serial killer on the loose? They're asking for it, if you ask me. Do you need to stay in your damn homes and stop making more work for us? You son of a... Enraged by the sheer carelessness of Elroy's words, Alphonse started towards him. Oh, tried to rebel. Strong and yielding fingers held him by the arm, completely expressionless, and without so much as a glance to Elroy, Rose whispered, I'll give him those some purses. The time would be better spent on investigating. She spoke calming, but her words were sharp and dismissive. What she said was right, though, and hearing it was enough for Alphonse to cool his temper. As she said, they had more important things to be doing. He had sworn that he would solve these murders and put the past behind him, and that needed to be his foremost priority. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. The reassuring weight of the silver sword hidden in his uniform further reminded him of what he needed to do. Watching him airily give aboard a derisive laugh. Oh, and civilian helper or whatever you're, don't go wandering around at night either. The last thing the army needs is more dead bodies to clear up. And with a mocking wave, he left them. Was für ein Arschloch. Was für ein Arschloch. Wundert mich aber auch nicht, warum diese zwei sich dann auch die ganze Zeit den Nahen haben. After their inspection of the first crime scene, Alphonse and Rose spent the remainder of the day scrutinizing the scenes of the second and third murders. But in the end, their search yielded no fruit. After reporting their progress to Gerard, he made his way to the Allegria, where he had promised to meet Rose to discuss how they would proceed with the investigation. The city around him was bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun when Alphonse finally stepped into the sparsely populated tavern. He found Rose sitting at a table near one of the windows. Once again, she was wearing the navy coat from her first meeting. It seemed safe to assume that the rapier she used at night was inside it too. Evening, she called out to him. I was expecting you to be here sooner. Alphonse didn't reply, he was too busy staring at the girl sitting opposite her. What's wrong, Luca? We returned to the sound of her name, eyes are wide and moist that tears threatened to fall at any moment. Alfie, just what is this moment to you? What? Was that Rose had said? Perplexed, he looked over in Rose's direction, as if seeking explanation. Rose failed him with a bland expression. All I did was walk into this tavern instead, or like an out-of-the-way table to discuss the future with Al. Viel missverständlicher wird es auch nicht ausdrücken können. And she has been pressing me with endless questions ever since. She sighed and shrugged her shoulders as if she understood the situation no better than Alphonse did. Seeing this, he let out an even greater sigh before Luca could launch into another interrogation. Alphonse set about explaining his role as a civilian helper aiding an army investigation, and after several reassurances, he was essentially able to clear up the misunderstanding. Luca's relief seemed to fill her with renewed energy. Cheerfully, she bounded up from the table and made her way into the back of the tavern again. With a tabacco, the two left the gazes of the other curious and amused patrons. What was an Alphonse spent to discussing the investigation. Vampires, Rose elaborated, were only able to use their power at night. During the day, they are no different from ordinary humans. Unfortunately, this meant that even if they were to encounter one, neither of them would be able to tell. If they hope to end the murders, they will first need to find some kind of clue as to the vampire's true identity. At one point during the conversation, Alphonse went pale at the thought that they might have to exhume the corpses of previous victims in order to investigate them, but Rose assured him that would not be necessary. To his great relief, she had already checked them thoroughly for clues. Even the gruesome task had yielded little more information than the similarities between the bike marks, though. The vampire foe was a cunning one. The number of bodies and lack of clues all pointed towards a careful killer who more than likely was living right among them as an ordinary human. After working their way through the simple meal that Luca brought them, Rose casually glanced over to the back of the tavern. "You seem rather close to the girl," she murmured. It took a few moments for Alphonse to realize who Rose was referring to. "Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I've known her for 10 years now, after all. I first met Luca when he was brought to Hamdallah by Gerard. Initially, he had stayed in a house near the tavern, and being brought by it often, the two of them quickly became friends. As an orphan, Luca's support over the years meant more to him than words could express." Telling Rose all of this, Alphonse could feel his cheeks heaving. He began fidgeting awkwardly. "I'm a little envious," Rose said. As he spoke, Alphonse noticed a change in her expression and tone. Usually she said things sharply or with an air of cool detachment. Her face also rarely betrayed her inner thoughts. Now, though, he thought he caught a hint of loneliness. Unable to let this pass unnoticed, Alphonse opened his mouth to comment. Suddenly, Rose jumped out of her seat. The chair fell to the ground with a crash. Once again, the two of them became the subject of a room full of gazers, but she paid that fact no mind and stared out of the window, her eyes opened wide. What is it? What's wrong? I whispered loudly. It's nearby, I can sense it. What? What do you mean? The vampire? She hissed. No sooner had she said it, she raced over to the tavern's owner, who was busy at the back of the building. When chased after her, he had never seen her in such a panic state before. Where is the young lady who was here earlier? Was asked the puzzled tavern owner, who didn't appear to have any idea who she was referring to. It was then that Alphonse realized that he didn't see Luca anywhere, and hadn't seen her since she brought him the food a half hour before. After telling this to the owner, he finally seemed to realize what he was being asked. Oh, now that I mention this, I would have expected her to be back by now. I was going to run an errand over the grocery store opposite here. Alphonse and Rose exchanged a glance and instantly understood what the other was thinking. Overcome with a sense of great foreboding, the two of them rushed out of the shop without saying a word. Ich merke schon, meine Stimme wird nicht ganz da wieder mit sein am Ende. Chapter 4, The Black not Empire, Vampire. The people ran through the streets of Heimdall, down cobblestones dewed with moonlight. In the lead was Rose, her navy blue coat flapping in the wind like the wings of a hawk as she pursued their foe. Just behind her, and shocked by her speed, was Alphonse, head whipping left and right as he searched for Luca. There had been no signs of her on the short path between the tavern and the grocery store where she had already apparently been sent. When Rose had sensed the ominous presence of the vampire outside the tavern, she immediately set about following it. Alphonse didn't know what kind of tail she had picked up, but she flew down streets and narrow paths without hesitation as if following puppet springs back to its master. To find his friend, they now followed the vampire, spurred by the terrible certainty that the two were connected. A sound of a piercing shriek filled the air, sending a shirt up Alphonse's spine and freezing him to the spot. There was no mistaking its honor, it was Luca's voice. Luca! Alphonse cried out. Where are you? The sound is coming from this way, Rose called, before rushing down a narrow alleyway. Alphonse followed, stumbling over his own feet in his desperate attempt to keep up with her. He could barely breathe from running so much, but he ignored the tightness in his chest and sped on. Kicking aside boxes and garbage piled here and there on the path, he eventually reached the other side of the alleyway and emerged into a neighboring street. Here stood someone, or something. It was wrapped in a black overcoat. The upper half of his head wrapped in a large cloth, and not even its eyes were visible. The only part of the body that remained uncovered was the bottom half of its face. A deadly pale expanse of flesh with a twisted smile at its center. At first glance, it almost seemed human. Alphonse was not fooled. This is it, he thought. This is the vampire. It was then that he realized that the black-clad figure was holding something in its arms. Luca. Just as that realization hit, the vampire's rictus of a grin yawned wide as it opened its jaws. Alphonse caught a fleeting glimpse of beast-like fangs, too long, too sharp to be human. Seeing them, Alphonse instantly recalled the bite marks on the murderous victim's neck. As he watched, horrified, the needle-like teeth descended towards Luca's throat. Rose was the first to act. In a movement so fast he could barely track it, she withdrew several thin objects from the inside of her cloak and threw them at the vampire. Alphonse remembered her, showing him them as a part of her vampire hunting kit. The knives flashed in the moonlight as they sped towards the creature. As if it was about to sink its fangs into Luca, the vampire turned towards them, dodging the knives just in time. Luca fell to the ground, and the vampire jumped high into the air, descending just behind Alphonse. It happened so fast that Alphonse was still staring at the spot the vampire had been when it landed suddenly behind him. The creature that was terrorizing Heimdall, the murder of countless women, the thing that had attacked Luger, it was so close. Anger or both fear, Alphonse grasped the hilt of his military saber and drew it. He spun around, slashing horizontally across the vampire's chest. The blade made contact. The vampire laughed. Alphonse watched transfixed as the wound on the creature's chest healed. The next instant, the vampire punched its right fist out toward the pit of Alphonse's stomach at incredible speed. The impact was so great that it forced him back, expelling all of the air from his lungs. And while he was able to protect his vital organs, he had still suffered the full brunt of the blow. He doubled over in agony. Get down, Rose cried out from behind him. With no choice but to obey her as best as he could, he let himself fall limply to the ground. As he did, the stir of air from Rose's lang-faced rapier ruffled his hair as it passed. The vampire didn't laugh this time. Perhaps sensing danger from the rapier's silver radiance, it threw up its left arm in defense. The blade pierced flesh, and Rose followed through her strike, skewering the limb right through the other side. The tip stopped just before reaching the creature's chest. White smoke poured from the wound. Unlike Alphonse's earlier attack, it seemed Rose had actually been able to damage it. Rose tried to move the sword, but it was stuck fast. The vampire smiled again. So you must be the vampire hunter responsible for sealing those ghouls. She ignored him and tried the sword again. It heard that many of her brethren had fallen at the hands of a vampire hunter. He continued in a low, sibilant voice. I certainly did not expect the hunter in question to be a girl. Rose gave a derisive laugh. Brethren? I think you will find that word is meant for humans, not beasts like your kind. The vampire resisted and she bared her teeth at it as they both fought for control of the sword. Rose tried pushing forward, urging the blade on, while the vampire kept the muscles in his forearms as rigid as steel to thwart her movement. Still lying on the ground, Alphonse gave her just enough strength to begin crawling his way to Lucas' side. When he reached her, a quick check lessened the mad pounding of his head. She was unconscious, but otherwise unharmed. Willie washed over him. His voice brought Alphonse back to the situation at hand. She and the vampire were still locked together, each refusing to yield. If you were to stay here like this until morning, your power would be sure to weaken significantly. I'd be happy to spend the night with you until then, if you wish. She just attested to it. He made an unsettling sound somewhere between a snort and a laugh. I'm afraid I will have to refuse a kind proposal, my beautiful lady. Not least because, thanks to you and your pitiful human friend, evening me has been rather spoiled. As out of those words, the vampire's outline began to blur. Alphonse blinked rapidly, trying to clear his vision, but it was no trick of the shadows. The creature's swarm was dissipating into a fine black mist. Though its mouth was disappearing like the rest of it, its voice somehow carried on. Should I ever seek to disturb me in my den again, I'll be prepared for the consequences. And then it was gone. Silence fell. Gradually, Alphonse got used to the pain in his chest from the vampire's blow. He counted a good fortune that he'd only lost his breath and not broken any bones. With a finely sedating wheeze, he hoisted the unconscious Luca on his back and rose slowly to his feet. I guess that's not the end of our vampire then, he said unhappily. Rose was inspecting her sword for damage. Finding none, she returned to his sheath. Sorry. Turning about the body to miss is one of the many abilities vampire have. Escape from us this time, but I expect that it will take some days for its left arm to heal. At the very least, I think it's safe to assume that no one else will be attacked tonight. It sounds like vampires are unbelievable foes to be up against. It's a relief though, at least. Still, get it? You're pretty unbelievable yourself. I shook her head. The loss obviously rankled her. Next time, she said with steel in her voice. It won't get away. I'm going to find some stronger equipment and I'll finish it for good. Alphonse nodded. Next time they would have it. They might not have been able to defeat the vampire, but at the very least they had earned a short respite from danger, having saved Luca, and not a murder from occurring. Without Rose's assistance, none of this would have been possible. Thank you, Rose. If you hadn't been here... She cut him off with a dismissive wave of the hand. There's no reason to thank me, I was simply doing my duty. Detective Alphonse fell silent. But these murders are not over yet. We will need to discover the true identity of the vampire for that to happen. Yeah, he said at length. You're right. Anyway, we should go investigate another crime scene tomorrow like we discussed earlier. Indeed. Farewell for now. After that shift, she didn't even wait for Alphonse's response. The fact that left him feeling even more downhearted. Considering all that he had been through that night. After Alphonse took Luca to her arm as he walked, she finally woke up. Finding herself on his back, she flushed and stammered her way through his questions. She remembered nothing of what had happened to her, it seemed. Unable to tell her the truth, Alphonse simply said that he had found her collapsed outside. It was probably just fatigue from work, he told her. Finally, she seemed convinced. For a while, as he tried to feign cheerfulness to put her at ease, his mind was still focused on the battle earlier. He hadn't stood a chance against the vampire. Had he even forgotten the silver sword that Rose had given him? In the battle, he had simply fallen back on his military training and used his saber. For the good that it had done. While he had at least been able to avoid getting in Rose's way, he felt ashamed as an Imperial soldier. Next time he swore to himself, he would not let her down. Would bring an end to the murders once and for all. As Alphonse hardened his resolve that night, Rose navigated the dark streets alone, the mind fixated on the past. The sight of Alphonse on the ground after being struck by the vampire, the image of his friend, who had almost lost her life and been turned into the ghoul, the version of that one cursed memory she had desperately fought to forget. I'm on the verge of making the same mistake a second time, she wondered aloud. She stopped in her tracks, a brow furrowed, an expression meek, and looked up to where the crimson moon hung like a great malevolent eye in the sky. Ja, ich denke mal, das werden 2 Lesestunden Folgen werden. Wenn ich je nach Länge so 10 bis 15 Minuten für so für einen Chapter brauche fast. Chapter 5. Well, so this is the culprit behind the vampire's murders, you say? Girl peered at the sketch, her brows drawn down. The morning after Alphonse and Rose had fought the vampire, he had made sure to report the fact to Gerard. The sketch Gerard was studying had been outlined based on Alphonse's testimony. It depicted a figure dressed all in black with the upper face obscured. The portrait showed everything Alphonse could recall of the vampire's distinguishing features, in the hope that it would be helpful to the army's investigations. Actually, had left out how the suspect was actually a vampire and capable of turning himself into black smoke on a whim. Having his commanding officer think him crazy would help no one. The purpose of the sketch was simply to help people watch out for the culprit, not to try and convince them of its true nature after all. He did wish he could tell them the complete truth, if only to better prepare them for a potential encounter against the monster and help them more effectively hunt it, but he knew better than anyone that no ordinary human would be able to stand up to it. He had learned that much firsthand the previous night. Trying to fight a vampire would only lead to unnecessary fatalities, and organizing large teams to try and exterminate it would even lead to it hiding itself away, or worse, fleeing the capital and going elsewhere. As such, the best chance to defeat it, once and for all, seemed to lie with Rouse. Just straightened and fixed Alphonse with a concerned eye. Anyway, Al, I'm just glad that you and Luca are both alright. Then let out a relieved sigh, as if that genuinely was the most important thing to him. The description and portrait of the black-clad man would be used to encourage people to be more vigilant and watch out for the culprit. If the number of people going out at night were to decrease, the number of murders would likely decrease too. Gerard tried to convince Alphonse to rest for the day, not least because he had been injured the previous night. But Alphonse had no intention of listening. He and Rose had already decided to meet up and investigate further, he insisted. Gerard's brows descended once again at that. His parting words as Alphonse left his office were simply, just don't do anything to put yourself in unnecessary danger, alright? While he's usually strict as a superior, it was obvious that he genuinely cared for him like a real son. A fact that Alphonse couldn't possibly be any more grateful for. Feeling newly motivated, he quietly muttered to himself, I will stop these murders, as he walked towards the exit of the guardhouse. Just before he could set off his meeting with Rose, however, he encountered his fellow soldier, Elroy. The man looked as calm as ever. Judging by his appearance, he had just finished the morning's training. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and his hair was matted to his forehead. Despite this, he didn't seem the slightest out of breath. Elroy had always been that way, though he never seemed to train more than Alphonse and the other teams. He seemed significantly stronger and more capable than any of them. He was well aware of this fact too, and seemed to have developed a sense of superiority because of it. Bringing down his nose at the others was Elroy's signature move. But they seemed no different. He turned to Alphonse with a mocking smile on his face. So, you ran into the culprit behind those called vampire murders, did you? Yeah, I did. Elroy gave a contemptuous nod. Nah, this is then on you. Why didn't you catch him? This would have all been over if you had. As usual, Roy wasted no time trying to pick a fight with Alphonse. But this time he had no comeback. Roy is right. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have been able to defeat the vampire and stop the murders the previous night. Seeing Alphonse's reactions to his provocation, Roy folded his arms triumphantly. The commander might favor you, but I think it's about time you stop letting that get to your head and learn your place. Evans was about to retort when he noticed something. Eva's left arm was wrapped tightly in several layers of bandages. Well, we found our culprit. What happened to your arm? Evans pointed to the bandages with his finger, and for a brief moment Arrow seemed unsure how to respond. That was nothing really. I just heard it in the training earlier. Spots of blood peeked through the bandages, making it clear that it was a recent injury, at the very least. Evans looked at the damage with concern. This is why I can't stand you. Having thrown off by his teammate's worry, Roy gave an audible tut before walking away, leaving a slightly embarrassed Alphonse behind. While they were hardly on the best terms, Alphonse didn't bear any particular grudge against our boy. It was clear that the same couldn't be said for the other man, but Alphonse had no idea what he had against him. Letting out a sigh, he returned his thoughts to the investigation at hand. Now wasn't a time to be thinking about Elroy. He had to focus with a shake of the head. He opened the guardhouse door and set out to meet Rose. They decided to continue their search where they left off, so it was the scene of the fourth murder that Alphonse met Rose. Despite scouring the area as thoroughly as they could, however, they found nothing that would help them identify the criminal. Eventually, Rose stopped to think for a while before proposing that they make their way to the street where they had encountered the vampire the previous night and search the scene there. Alphonse agreed. It seemed like a completely different place during the day, still quiet that had marked the night, and replaced with the cheaper chatter and the bustling of people examining the wares of the street stalls. Since the murders were known to happen at night, people seemed happy to go out about their ordinary lives during the day without a worry in the world. Taking care to avoid standing out too much, they walked side by side around the street looking for potential leads. It's hard to believe that before the vampire here last night. Footsteps curled up slightly. Most will find it difficult enough to believe that vampires existed to begin with. I suppose it makes the existence of people like me, who live to hunt those vampires, more believable still. Was that meant as a joke? Alphonse wondered. Not sure how to respond, he elected to remain silent. Unfazed, Rose set about analyzing the previous night's events. The scent given off by the vampire was the same as the one essence from all the other victims. At the very least, it seemed beyond a doubt that the vampire is the killer we've been searching for. A scent? Alphonse asked before recalling that Rose had mentioned something similar earlier than when they were trying to pursue the vampire the previous night. So we follow that scent, we can find out who the vampires? I'll check it out. I'm afraid not. As I said before, vampires are only capable of using their powers at night. During the day, they are no different than ordinary humans. In a colony, the scent that gives them away as being a vampire vanishes as well. They both knew that, ideally. The best way to defeat the vampire would be to strike during the day while it was unable to activate its powers, but without any clues as to the vampire's identity, they didn't have any chance of doing so. Realizing anew just how difficult the work of a vampire hunter must be, Alphonse admired Rose all the more for being able to cope with it. Nonetheless, we made contact with the vampires today, and I believe that's a big step forward for this investigation. After all, the more fears develop, the greater the chance that one of the participants may leave behind some incriminating evidence. There's always the possibility that they may have seen something too. Officer assumed that she was referring to Luca. He made to reply, but Rose was no longer alongside him. Turning around, he realized that she had stopped in her tracks some distance behind. Her face was as expressionless as ever, but her eyes were cast downward, almost as if she was regretting something. What's wrong? It's nothing, she said briskly and moved on. We should continue our search. They set about combing the streets for any remnants of the battle. At one point, Rose suggested that they split up to cover a wider area, but even after doing so and reconvening to discuss their finding, or lack thereof, they found themselves no closer to finding the vampire's true identity than they were the previous day. The hour had crown laid and the sun was beginning its slow descent in the sky. The warm glow of its fading rays deepened the red hue of the bricks even as the shadows cast by their sturdy walls lengthened. Evans grounds his teeth in frustration. I was searching and not seeing a result, damn it. Rose had said that vampire's powers had been increasing over time.
The previous night's battle had shown that she was capable of competing with it for now, and it was the fact that had allowed them to save Luca. But there was no guarantee that would always be the case. If it continued to claim more victims and grow stronger, seeing Alphonse's vexation or their lack of progress, Rose spoke. Never having come from being too hasty, therefore a task, all you need to do is complete them. He nodded, knowing full well that she was right, but it was hard not to feel bitter about their lack of headway or the same. As she needed to go and report the results of today's investigation to Gerard, they agreed to part ways for the time being. Alphonse proposed they meet again at the tavern, like they had the previous day, but Rose refused to so. I'm afraid I have business I must attend to with the church. Oh, okay. After Robin will be able to patrol and keep an eye out for the vampire again though, since you're the only one who can sense its presence. Considering what had happened the previous night and the increasing occurrence of the murders, remaining vigilant for the vampire was the utmost priority, or at least that was Alphonse's thought on the matter. Rose didn't react to the disappointment in his trading words. Instead, she merely replied that she would watch out for it alone before excusing herself with a solemn farewell. There was a pause in which it seemed as if she wanted to say something else, but then she curtsied deeply and disappeared from his sight. Alphonse watched her go with an uneasy feeling in his gut. Something seemed off about her behavior. Unable to work out what it was, however, he was left with no choice but to watch her walk away into the distance. That night, Alphonse made his way to the tavern after giving his report to Gerard. Rose may have refused his offer to meet here, but he still wanted to look in on Luca after what had happened to her the previous day. Oh, hello, Alfie! Luca was quickly to spot him, and she showed him to a seat at the empty counter. After scoring his earlier bill from the dinner with Rose with the tavern owner, Luca excitedly came over to take his order. Seeing her smile and chatter as energetically as ever, Alphonse felt relieved. He had been expecting and fearing a more subdued demeanor from her. Watching her, he couldn't help but think how close she had come to losing her life, and for a pathetic reason like feeding a vampire. Just a thought made his blood boil. Alfie, are you okay? When his question made him realize that his anger must be showing in his expression. He quickly put on an awkward smile and set about eating to avoid having to explain anything. After a few bites, he felt himself calming down and gave her a more genuine smile. I'm fine, honestly, but never mind me, you haven't managed to recall anything about what happened last night, have you? She shook her head. Sorry, I wish I could, but I can't remember a thing. I really expected her to, but he was still slightly disappointed to not be able to gather any new information. Rose had speculated that the shock of seeing the vampire had caused her to subconsciously block any memories of what had happened. As such, it didn't seem particularly likely that she would be able to help them find the identity of the vampire on either his side. Luca, meanwhile, was desperately trying to remember something, anything that would allow her to be of service to him. After mulling over it for a time, she suddenly let out an "ah" sound. It doesn't sound directly related to what happened yesterday, but that person you know was here earlier on too. I was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? You know, bothered with the swish of her hair, the girl you were with yesterday. This hadn't dawned on him what Luca was referring to, but Rose had specifically taught him that she wouldn't be coming to the town today because she had business with the church. A troubled feeling began to build in the pit of his stomach. Anyway, she just came and asked me a few things about yesterday. I couldn't really remember anything when she asked, either, but eventually she seemed satisfied and then just said farewell and left. Farewell? The moment after those words, it dawned on him every time he parted ways with Rose. She always left with a farewell for now, but not today. When they separated earlier, she instead simply said farewell. He had thought something seemed off about her at the time, and it was then that he realized that was the reason. After that, she must have come to the tavern where she was able to discover something from Luca. But if that were the case, what would she try to do next? Alphonse fairly jumped out of his seat, half of the food still on his plate, and dumped enough mirror to pay for the meal hurriedly onto the table. Hell? Luca goggled at him. Just keep the change. It was a second feeling of great foreboding in 2 days, and the first had been downright deadly. He rushed out of the tavern as fast as his legs would carry him onto the streets of Heimdall. The sun had long since set, and the deeply shadowed street welcomed him into the murky depths. Ich fange jetzt schon an, so ein leichtes Kratzen mal zu merken, wie schnell ich lese. Ich werde mal nach Kapitel 7 dann einfach mal eine kurze Pause machen. Weil es auch dann halt einfach Halbzeit ist. Chapter 6. Bloodstained Rose. The city of Heimdall was deathly silent. During the day, word had been spread throughout the populace from the Gerard team regarding the pirate behind the vampire murders. Knowing specific details about the perpetrator instilled an even greater sense of fear into the people of the city, making them even more wary of stepping out of their homes at night. That the streets would be empty was an inevitability, yet on one dark avenue in the city, a petite woman walked alone, as if to defy all of that. She wore a plain, undecorated dress and from all appearance belonged to the middle classes. She walked quite quickly, the sound of her shoes against the ground echoing loudly in the empty streets. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her chest, almost as if embracing herself, and she was hunched forward, clearly afraid of something. Of course, it was perfectly natural for her to be afraid, considering that the majority of the victims of the city's serial murders were young women like herself. She looked around restlessly, carefully surveying her surroundings for signs of dangers before disappearing down a dark alleyway, a faint moonlight illuminating her profile as she turned the corner and cast a long shadow behind her, which slowly and silently began to enlarge. Gertrude's silhouette extended upward, the inky depth taking the shape of a man that loomed behind her. The figure was swathed in black, with the top half of its face covered. The bottom half remained exposed, revealing a wicked grin and sharp-pointed fangs. It was a vampire, a creature of legend. It stood silently behind a woman, very much real despite its supposed mythological standing. From the sable folds of the cloak swaddling its body, it slowly extended a pale hand. The fingers stretched forward, sharp-pointed nails gently swept aside the woman's shoulders, long-length blonde hair. Ah. As Matron's rose. The toes brushed back off her neck almost caressingly. The second it did, though, it seemed to sense that something was wrong. Its prey was behaving oddly. It hadn't expected that frail creature before to put up the slightest resistance. She should have frozen at his touch or given in to despair, having no choice but to succumb to the inevitable and have their blood drained. What it felt from her instead, however, was defiance and danger. This one was no prey. Hunter had met Hunter. The creature tensed, ready to leap backwards. Too late, it realized another threat radiated from directly beside it. There was no riding it. The sound of paving stones crackling sounded in the still night. Then his outstretched right arm was suddenly shredded by numerous sharp objects. The vampire let out an involuntary hiss of pain as a wave of silver blades arced through air and flesh, one after another, but the attack was over. The vampire sensed danger from below too, and the blades which impaled into the ground suddenly arced upwards with alarming speed, as if retracing their path through the air. Just as the blades were about to sever its right arm from his body once and for all, it was able to jump out of the way. Cutting its mangled limb, the vampire edged further back to put distance between itself and the woman. It watched balefully with narrowed eyes as the razor-sharp segments that pierced its sword back over to the bladeless handle in the woman's hand. When she had drawn it, it didn't know. Connected by sturdy steel wires, the segments interlocked one by one, eventually forming a complete blade known as a Templar sword. She swung it, shaking the blood from its surface. A last trace of the weakness she had shown earlier when hurrying through the night was gone. She turned around, finally revealing the dignified, expressionless face that had lain on the other side of the sleek, blonde curtain of hair. It was a vampire hunter Rose. So you were trying to lure me out, were you? The vampire sneered. Ha, such cunning. His words were sharp, but the delivery felt somewhat tremulously on the rough cobblestone of the empty alleyway. "You flatter me," Rose said. The temporal sword still raised in her right hand. She put her left hand into her pocket and pulled out an unbelievably large caliber pistol, greater in size than those used in the army. She aimed it at the vampire's forehead and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The gunpowder flashed illuminated the alleyway briefly. And a single blessed silver bullet flew from the muzzle with merciless intent. Such was the force of the discharge that an ordinary person's shoulder would have been dislocated, but Rose didn't so much as twitch. The vampire moved with liquid speed, dodging the projectile just in time and slipping behind Rose. On the slightest perturbed by its change in direction, Rose moved as well and kept her pistol focused on the creature, tracking the vampire's every movement. "I could have been fleeing, if nothing else," she said coolly. "But if I did something like this, then," the vampire asked. As it spoke, it fluttered the black garments it was strapped in, and they began to expand, the folds stretching to impossible size before her eyes. With a moan echoed in the dark depths, Rose watched with narrowed eyes as a number of ghouls crawled out from within, as if emerging from thin air. 5, 6, 7... Eventually she counted 10 in all. It hadn't been 24 hours since the previous battle. The vampire couldn't possibly have attacked that many people in time. Rose's mouth tightened. I see. And here we relieved the reported murders to be the only victims, but that wasn't the case at all. You're abducting others who had no living relatives to notice that they were gone and keeping them locked up somewhere around you. Precisely. The vampire aren't on the loose. I had to make sure I had some food in reserve. I'd rather not run the risk of going hungry, you see. "The report makes me feel physically ill," was replied quietly. With a vicious yank, she tore the dress she had worn as disguise from her body, and even sturdy leather gloves, designed with mobility in mind, were revealed. Attached to them were numerous balls holding large guns, knives, and other anti-vampire weaponry in place. It was clear at a glance that she was well prepared for battle. The sight of Rose's arsenal coaxed a sickly smile from the vampire. "Go forth, my minions." And with a wave of its pellet hand, the ghouls leaped forward. Das wird, glaube ich, gut, aber okay, passt. "Where are you, Rose?" Alphonse shouted between pans as he ran back and forth across the city. Desperate searching for her. Try as he might, though, he could find no signs of the blonde woman. Even his fellow soldiers patrolling the cities had seen nothing. Alphonse had a very specific reason for pursuing this case, and he didn't intend to lose this opportunity to put the past behind him. That was what led him to propose that he and Rose work together. A proposal which she had accepted, and that despite all that she was trying to fight the vampire all on her own. It was too risky even for her. His mind was full of worry for her, and that fear conjured forth the image of his parents' dead bodies. Never again. He never wanted to see a sight like that again, wishing over and over again that Rose was still alright. Raced on, and it was then that he heard a sound that caught his attention. The clash of battle. As soon as the noise reached his ears, he quickly surveyed his surrounding. The source seemed to be in an alleyway nearby, without a fort spread by from his own safety. He rushed into the alleyway. Then a unbelievable sight met his eyes. 2 ghouls lunged at her. Sheathing a temporal sword into its scabbard, Rose threw a second large pistol in its place. The ghouls swung their fists and dragged nails toward her with inhuman power, but she dodged them gracefully. As she spun out of their range, she aimed one pistol at each ghoul's forehead and pulled the trigger simultaneously. Flesh and bone were obliterated instantly, the sheer force of the blast and the mangled remains somersaulting backwards through the air. The move left Rose slightly unbalanced, and as if seeking to take advantage of that, 3 more ghouls flew at her from outside her field of vision. The mere sound of their movement was enough to alert her, however, and without even turning to face them, she sent 2 more bullets through the heads of the 2 ghouls charging her from the sides. Before the ghoul's mouth distended, seeking to crush Rose's skull with its teeth, but she danced out of reach, answering the pistols. Fluidly, she then flipped back through the air, throwing a Templar sword at the same time and slicing the lower half of the ghoul's body from the upper body in one swift stroke. She ran gracefully and kicked the ghoul she had just cut in half out of the way without even waiting for its body to hit the ground. 2 more ghouls approached from the fringes, but without waiting for them to draw closer this time, she swung her blade horizontally through the air. It split into pieces, and the countless segmented parts pierced the ghouls' necks. that dropped to the ground like fruit falling from a tree. 7 of the ghouls incapacitated in what seemed like an instant. Rose turned her attention to the defiantly grinning vampire and the remaining 3 ghouls with him. She drew the 2 pistols from around the waist a second time and sprinted towards them, showering them with the remaining loaded bullets. The vampire evaded the projectiles by using the remaining ghouls as shields. Out of bullets, Rose threw her Templar sword and swung it in the direction of the vampire's neck in one fluid motion, seeking to decapitate it. The next instant, the high-pitched screech of metal against metal filled the air. The vampire had drawn his own weapon from inside the black garment. Then when Rose displayed in midair, the 2 swords locked against one another, filling the air with sparks and leaving them in a stalemate reminiscing of the previous night's battle. Impressed on how unfazed you see him fighting against those ghouls, the vampire said, teeth bared but with a slight curl to its lips. I expected a human to at least hesitate when being forced to fight their own kind. They ceased to be my kind the moment you drank their blood. They are nothing but soulless puppets now. Why would I hesitate against them? The creature inclined and said, almost respectfully, that, I certainly think like a vampire hunter. The sound of metal against metal continued to reverberate throughout the area. Drinking the blood of the ghouls had allowed the vampire to become even stronger than the previous night. Its once crippled right arm had already healed and regained its original form, and so Rose met it with any sign of restraint, his strength matching that of the fell creature before. Roar! The loud war cries, but here, startling both combatants. The third figure suddenly burst into the scene. The charging figure was dressed in an army uniform and brandishing a silver sword. It was Alphonse. Catching the vampire off guard, he slashed at its side. With no experience with the weapon itself, it was a shadow attack and the damage it dealt far from lethal, but it was enough to break the stalemate. Seizing the opening, Rose forcefully knocked the vampire sword out of the way and in one following motion slashed horizontally from its exposed chest to its left arm. A crimson gout of blood arced from the wound, splashing the cobblestone. Something also sheared off from within the vampire's garment and flew into the air. The vampire clutched its chest in pain, but it was clear the attack had only grazed it. It seemed that, once again, the creature's preternatural speed had saved it from mortal injury. Starting from... So, ja, gerade das sei und das nochmal gerade mein Kopf darauf zu fokussieren, dieses scheiß Wort zu lesen. By starting from one to the other, it backed away with an audible It looked like odds are stacked against me. A retreat for today, it said. Its outline growing dim before it turned to mist and vanished into nothingness. After a moment of heavy silence, Alphonse sheathed his sword, staring the spot where the vampire had previously been. Got away again. While looking at him, Rose let out a sigh of disbelief. Why did you come? In accordance in her voice, Alphonse lost his composure. He seized her shoulders in his hands. Of course I came, he hid. What are you thinking, trying to fight him on your own? It's so dangerous to take him on without help. Her cool blue eyes locked with his. Dangerous? For me? Do you honestly believe that? She asked. Her face was as mask-like as ever, but the tone had dropped from chilly to downright glacial. It had a cooling effect on Alphonse's anger. He took a step back and looked at her from top to bottom. Illuminated by the light of the moon, he could see that she was covered in gore. He released her shoulder and stared down at his own hands. They too were now wet with blood from touching her. And yet, there was not so much as a scratch on her whole body. The filth covering her entirely belonged to the ghouls she had defeated. I'm a vampire hunter, and this is not the first vampire I've hunted. I've killed more of them than you could possibly imagine. I was going to deny that what she was saying. He had seen for himself the skill and grace she had shown when was slaying all of those ghouls, unmoved by the fact that they were once humans. She had been an artist in battle, and the sword her paintbrush. What he had witnessed was beyond his comprehension, a struggle between monsters rather than human beings. That was why he could do nothing but stand and watch at first, and in between the reading. He was lost for words. Rose broke the silence with a short fusillade. I have no further need for your assistance. I suggest you forget about all of this and return to your ordinary life. She then gave a respectful curtsy, much like the one she had when they first met. Das zieht sich. Gut, machen wir auch noch Kapitel 7 und dann, wie gesagt, mach ich für mich mal eine kurze Pause. Ups. Fast mal Control fallen gelassen. Chapter 7, Parting of the Ways. I have no further need for your assistance. His mind still reeling from the skill that Rose had demonstrated in her earlier battle. The only way he could react to her word was with dumbfounded silence. There were plenty of ways he could have argued back, or at least by pointing out that he had yet to discover the vampire's identity. That the reason she had originally agreed that they worked together was so that he could use his position in the army to aid her in doing so. As if reading his mind, she said, "I still discovered the identity of the vampire this afternoon. As such, there is no longer anything you can do to help me." His initial reaction was doubt. How could she have possibly been the only one to discover the vampire's identity when they had conducted their investigation together? But then it hit him. They hadn't always been together. They split up to investigate a wider area today too, and if she had discovered a wider clue during a period where they were acting separately, it made perfect sense that only she would have worked out the truth. I tried again, but still, I found reasons for wanting to see this through to the end too. I could just go back to living as if none of this ever happened. Alice knew this already, of course. He had told her about his parents, murdered once already, and made her realize that the two cases might be connected. She sighed, her reaction making it perfectly clear that pointing that out would do nothing to change her mind. She met his eyes again, unwavering the slightest as she said, "Allow me to put my position to you more bluntly. You're not a help, you're a hindrance." It was as if a sharp blade had pierced his chest. Her words left him shocked and speechless. She continued, "I'd have thought that anyone who looked around would be able to realize that this is not a matter that ordinary people can, or should, involve themselves in." As she spoke, he gestured in the direction of the goods, or human corpses that were once goods, littering the surrounding area. Some were riddled with bullet holes, some had smashed skulls, some had no heads at all. The words caused Alphonse's memory to run once again to the battle he had witnessed. Even if he had tried to intervene earlier than he did, would he have been able to do anything? No, on the contrary, it was easy to imagine him getting in Rose's way, becoming a liability, interfering with her ability to fight. Alphonse looked down at the ground dejectedly. It was galling to hear, and realized that he might be useless in this. Rose opened her mouth to continue, her gaze somewhat distant. "A long time ago, I tried to pursue another vampire with the help of a civilian just like you. I was hesitant at first, but after he insisted so vehemently, I eventually accepted." I was looked up, stunned at what he was hearing. He had assumed that he was the first person to assist her. He was killed by the Empire, and we were pursuing. After that, the Empire disappeared, never to be seen again. It was clear by the pain in her voice that for someone whose lives revolve around killing vampires, there could have been no worse outcome. Of all the jobs I've undertaken, that was my worst failure, and the most terrible stain on my record. I will not allow something like that to happen again. As such, I have always tried to keep you at arm's length. All I wanted from you was you to make it easier for me to conduct my investigation and find out what I wanted to know. I was just using you all along. She continued on, telling that everything had gone that way she hoped it would, perhaps even better. Thanks to his contribution, she had been able to discover the identity of the vampire, and the army was able to find out what it looked like, helping them to keep people off the streets and allowing her to successfully lure the vampire out. For that, at the very least, she was grateful. Alphonse could only stand and listen as her cold words washed over him, the meaning of what she was actually saying, not truly singing. She fell silent for a moment and took a deep breath before starting again. The worlds we live in are just too different. We should never even have met. And yet, by coincidence, we did. But that's all. Now you need to forget that it ever happened and go back to the life you should always have lived. Besides, as a vampire hunter, the only life for me is one of solitude. She gave a small, self-deprecating smile before turning to walk away from him. Seeing that smile and hearing what she said, something struck Alphonse's arm. Yet he could not call her out to her. It was as if there were an impenetrable wall between them now, stopping him from interacting any further with her. I can take care of everything by myself now. All I ask for you is to stay away and let me do it. Yeah. She said the final words as she walked, without so much as turning to face him, and then disappeared. Into the dark night. Left behind, Alphonse stood alone, frozen to the spot in a sea of blood. The next day, 10 identified bodies were discovered in Iron and the surrounding area filled with disorder, the likes of which had never been seen before. Numerous soldiers moved to and fro, surveying the area under Gerard's direction, while crowds of curious onlookers tried to get a closer look at the gruesome display. Even Alphonse, who had been removed from the main investigation team, had been called in to assist this time. Alphonse had expected the bodies to be heavily disfigured from those attacks, but when he reached the scene, there was no evidence whatsoever that the previous night had even taken place. The marks on the bodies were the bite marks left by the vampire. At first, the fact confused him, but then he remembered that Rose was somehow connected to the church. It seemed quite possible then that she would have worked alongside others, one or more of who may have arrived later to disguise any evidence of their involvement. After all, the church had the ability to purify weapons to allow them to contend with vampires. The possibility that they might also be able to put corpses back together was hardly a stretch after all. The things he had already witnessed. Basing how ludicrous that would sound to the average person, he could only laugh to himself under his breath. There was no sign of Rose in the scene, although Alphonse hadn't really expected that she would appear to begin with. She had made it clear the previous night that the original arrangement was over. Most likely Rose would go on to bring an end to the vampire murders herself in secret. But the culprit never apprehended, and the fact that vampires actually existed never being revealed to the world. But could he live with everything ending that way? There was still one burning doubt in Alphonse's heart, a lingering unease that refused to go away. The expression on her face she had turned to walk away. As a vampire hunter, the only life for me is one of solitude. That may have been what she had said, but the sad smile on her lips when she did so told a different story. Coolness underlying with resignation. Her words had been blunt, but to Alphonse they also seemed tinged with loneliness. Alphonse found himself reflecting what loneliness meant to him. It was a feeling he was all too familiar with after losing his parents. In the blink of an eye he had been left with no one who cared for him, no one who would be kind to him, no one who would look out for him. It was easy to imagine how being placed in a situation like that would gradually eat away at a person. Fortunately for Alphonse, his father, friend Gerard, had allowed a hand of observation to him. Then he later met others like Luca who cared for him, and he for them. It was thanks to them that he was able to free himself of the loneliness that may have otherwise consumed him. Nonetheless, the experience had taught him exactly how painful living like that could be, and that humans could not completely live alone. Rose, however, had said that living in solitude was the only life for her. But did she honestly mean it? Or did she really long to break free from it? Yet something was stopping her from doing so. With the memory of his own experience still painful even after all those years, Alphonse couldn't stop wondering. That was when he made up his mind. He wouldn't just leave things as they were. Rose may have cast him aside, but he had long ago decided what he needed to do to put the past behind him, and no matter how much danger he risked doing it, or how much no matter how much danger he risked doing it, or how much he tried to stop him, he was determined to see it through to the end. Schwartz got confused. If that meant he might be a hindrance to her, so be it. This was his fight, as much as hers. Alphonse shook his head furiously from side to side, as if to divest himself of the doubts and hesitation that had been filling his mind since the previous night. Focusing on the task at hand, he set about frantically investigating the area, as he had felt it was the only way for him to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Time dragged on as the search continued, and the receding rays of the setting sun began to blanket the scene in warm apricot hues. The 10 corpses had been carried away, and the vast majority of onlookers had dispersed. The large number of soldiers who formed the investigation team had also reached the stopping point in their investigation, ready to return for the day, but Alphonse waved them off, still silently combing the area for clues. Come on, Al. It's time to get back to the guardhouse of the day. The concern in Gerard's voice was obvious, but Alphonse only spared him a tight smile. Soldier, just let me look around a bit longer. Considering the intense battle fought between Rose and the vampire the previous night, there was every chance that something may have been left behind that might help guide him to the vampire's identity. The investigation team had found no such thing despite spending the entire day looking, but that did nothing to dampen Alphonse's spirits. There was something here, he knew it. Seeing Alphonse's determination, Cheryl couldn't help but smile in return. Alright then, have it your way. Just make sure you stop and come back if you get too tired. And with a backwards wave, he walked off to join the other soldiers as they returned to the guardhouse. Silently thanking Gerard for his kindness, Alphonse went back to scouring the alley. About a half hour passed by, Alphonse methodically swept his eyes over every nook and cranny. As the light from the dipping sun retreated from the sky, he began to feel his time was up, but just then his eyes were drawn to a point between two of the buildings. It was a narrow gap, overlooked in the investigation where something might have fallen. Indeed, he spied a barrier of shapes on the ground. On spotting it, Alphonse remembered seeing something fly from the vampire when Rose had landed a glancing slash on his chest. He got shown to inspect the space. The gap between the buildings was so narrow that his arms could barely fit inside. He stretched out his fingers, desperately trying to reach the fallen object, and eventually managed to catch it between his index and middle fingers. It was a narrow, rectangular piece of cloth. I stared at it, analyzing every last detail of its surface. It was a filthy grey color, most likely meaning that it had been white originally. It was also clear that it had been separated from something where it was a sword. Other than that, it looks like an ordinary piece of cloth. It would have been nothing of interest at all to anyone just passing by. Rather than Alphonse, that is, looking at it, he finally understood everything. The reason Rose had suddenly chosen to part ways with him, and the true identity of the vampire was terrorizing the city. Break time! Auch gerade für mich ganz gut, weil ich brauche eine Toilettenpause. Das heißt, Lesestunde Part 1 durch, wir machen Part 2 nach der Pause weiter. Bis gleich. Da bin ich auch wieder zurück. Und man trägt weiter 115 Kapitel. Yes. Angenehm. Oder beziehungsweise 15 Seiten. Chapter 8, The Truth. The stillness of night came once again to the streets of Heimdall. A witching yet eerie red moon hung full in the sky. Its calm and close, staining the red bricks of the surrounding buildings and even deeper crimson. By the gruesome discovery of the bodies that day, the Gerard team had strengthened its nighttime patrols. Most of the soldiers in the team were on the streets, determined to prevent any further violence, and repaid damage to the Imperial Army's honor. The patrol routes had them making tight circuits of the city roads, vigilantly searching for anything. Oops. Out of order. On one particular dark street corner, a block away from the Allegria Tavern, stood a young man in military uniform. Much like the others, he was making rounds in his already deserted patrol area. A figure turning into the street just ahead of him made him pause mid-step. Barely he put his hand on a sword at his waist as the figure drew closer. The features gradually became more visible. There was another soldier like himself. It was Alphonse. Alphonse stepped forward and stood silently before the other young man. He fixed him with an unwavering gaze. "Oh, it's you," the young man said, smiling annoyed. "What are you doing here?" "This is my patrol area, not yours," yelled Alphonse with an intense dislike, but Alphonse did not look away. "I came to ask you something," Alphonse replied simply. He put his hand into his pocket and took something out of it. It was a piece of cloth. The other man looked puzzled. "What's that supposed to be?" "That's something I found in the area where the vampire appeared last night. It's also yours, isn't it, Elroy?" He stepped back at Alphonse, then rolled his eyes. His voice dripped with contempt. "What are you talking about? You really abandon your post over who some wreck might belong to? And vampire? He's supposed to be a soldier, not some kind of superstitious lunatic," scoffed. "This is part of the bandage you were wearing around your left arm when you said you were injured in training," he said calmly. The glove, Alphonse continued, must have been cut from his bandage during the previous day's battle and ended up between the two buildings in an area they neglected to check. He didn't, however, mention who have done the cutting. There was no need to tell Erebonia information that he already knew, after all. The young Aura cut his left arm hidden under the sleeve of his army uniform, almost as if trying to hide it from Alphonse. Besides, the idea that you were injured badly enough to take a bandage like that in standard training makes no sense to begin with. You're the most skilled swordsman on the Gerard team, after all. That's not to say you weren't actually injured, especially considering there really was flesh part in the venture itself. But you didn't injure yourself during training. You stepped by the rapier, and that was what the bandage was intended to disguise. Was that nothing? Any other circumstances he would have been quick to arc your back, but not this time. His power through it, and he glared angrily at Alphonse. "I'm sure that he must have replaced the bandage with a new one last night, but then what was this doing at the scene of the crime? You were involved in this morning's investigation." Alphonse was aware that what he was saying wouldn't be enough to prove to the world that I was a vampire. They were, after all, creatures of legend. He would never believe him. What I did prove, however, was that Elroy had been where Rose and the vampire's battle took place. And considering that Alphonse already knew that vampires were no mere myth, that was all the proof he needed. I want to believe it myself. I can't bear to think that someone who I served alongside as a soldier, someone more skilled than any of us, is actually a monster who's been indiscriminately murdering people. Aura made no reply, he just stared down at the guards, silent and tense. "But I am a member of the Gerard team," Alphonse continued resolutely. "And we are entrusted with the task of protecting the city. I have a duty to do what I can to prevent any more lives from being lost. As I can prove that what I am saying isn't true, I'm going to have to arrest you as a suspect." And to the sides, I let out a short, quiet laugh. The second he did, something changed, and then he became oppressive. Ich mache jetzt kein Many Evil Guy Laugh, auf einmal das nicht gut für die Voice ist. Also für die Stimmbänder. Dementsprechend muss ich es auch nicht provozieren, danke. Elroy threw back his head and let out a loud, maniacal laugh. It was an inhuman sound, that outburst. The skin-crawling utterance was entirely unlike the usual quiet Elroy, and as his mouth yawned wide, Alphonse thought that he knew he would. Saw what he knew he would. These like fangs. The fangs of a vampire. Alphonse pressed his hand on the saber at his waist and threw it as fast as he could. The sound of blades scraping against scabbard cut short the awful laugh, but he wasn't fast enough before he knew it. Her was right in front of him, swinging his own sword with incredible force. Alphonse barely had the time to block its arc of his own. The sound of metal against metal filled the air, and the monstrous strength of the blow pushed Alphonse backwards. It was obvious to him that Erebos' power was vastly greater than it had been when he took the punch to the stomach several days before. If Erebos had been this strong that day, Alphonse knew he would already be dead. Barely managing to hold his position, he clung to his saber with his now somewhat numb hand. But the vampire was already drawing back for another strike, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Alphonse was just able to parry the blow, but it was all he could manage. If he strayed even a hair from focusing on defense, he would soon be overwhelmed. Erebos, meanwhile, maintained his onslaught seemingly without effort. Blow after blow rained down relentlessly. You should have waited, Alphonse. Surely you know that vampires can only use the powers at night. Alphonse grunted as he narrowly deflected another attack. Actually, he did know. He was fully aware that waiting until morning might have actually given him a chance to defeat Erebos, but he just couldn't bring himself to wait. Not when there was a possibility that he might have claimed another victim that very night. His conscience wouldn't allow him to sleep peacefully in his bed, knowing that he could have done something to stop that murder from happening. As if to punctuate his point, Erebos knocked the saber from Alphonse's hand with a vicious swipe that drove him to his knees. The blade glittered down on the paving stone, far from the fighting pair. "You're finished," Erebos cried, throwing the sword on Alphonse. The blade flashed up, then descended. Alphonse watched the fall of the sword as if in slow motion. He knew there was nothing he could do to stop it. It would bite through his flesh and send his head soaring through the air, much like a saber had just done. Suddenly, a high-pitched whistling sound of something moving very fast cut the night, and then another followed. The next moment, Erebos' right arm was gone. Blood speckled Alphonse's cheeks like a fine rain, and just as he had imagined, something soared through the air and hit the ground, but instead of it being its head, it was Erebos' right arm, so still clutched in its rigid fingers. Ah! Erebos instinctively jumped back, clutching at his wounded limb, while Alphonse stared wide-eyed at the many parts of a temple sword stretched before him, like the flexing of a snake. The wires connecting the razor-sharp blades segments gleamed in the moonlight. A kind of tension then went through the wires, and they all retracted just as fast as they had appeared. Soon after, a lone figure approached to take their place. It was a woman in a navy coat that was thrown wide, exposing countless ribbons attached to the leather gear she was wearing underneath. She had sleek shoulder-length blonde hair, capped by a navy blue beret. The look she gave Alphonse when she saw him was somewhere between exasperation and disbelief. Alphonse smiled weakly. "What took you so long, Rose?" Aber auch, not gonna lie. So eine Response geben zu können, funny as hell. Ich würde noch mal Feuer trinken. Chapter 9. A Fool. So, you showed up after all, did you, Vampire? Ever glared at Rose, teeth clenched in anger and pain. The smoke was rising from his now amputated right arm that gave off a faint hissing sound. Rose turned her attention from Alphonse to him. She raised her temple sword and stared without expression at her target. Ariel cowered back. They both maintained a distance from one another, each trying to work out what the other would do next. Without taking her eyes off Erebonia, Rose addressed Alphonse. Ich sollte auch reintappen, also reinklicken. Ich vergesse das jedes Mal. I told you not to get involved in this any further, and yet despite that, you try to fight a vampire alone. I cannot believe you would do something so foolish. Her words were tinged with anger. Alphonse rose unsteadily to his feet. Well, you were the one who tried fighting him alone first, and besides, I never had any intention of seriously trying to defeat him by myself. What? Faced her and spread his hands. I was pinning all of my hopes on you coming for me, and you did, just like when we first met. Alphonse upon seemed to catch Rose completely off guard. He could tell as much even from his position behind her. She quickly began to compose her though, and the ring sword steadied. I don't know what you're trying to say. You told me that you didn't want to work with me anymore because I was getting in your way, because there was nothing more that I could help you with. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is that you didn't want to put me in any more danger. You didn't want me to lose my life, helping you like the last person who worked with you did. This is just idle speculation, she replied coolly. But Alphonse knew she was right. Then why did you lie about discovering the vampire's true identity? I was guessed. Sorry, I noticed. It didn't take much effort to see through her lie. Mrs. F had said that vampires were only capable of unleashing their powers at night, meaning that's the best way to defeat one was to discover their true identity and kill them during the day. And yet despite it, Rose had gone to the efforts of trying to lure the vampire out, taking the great risk of using herself as bait. Logically, her actions made no sense whatsoever if she had known the true identity of the creature. Deliberately lowering her chances of success wasn't like Rose at all. I wish you know something else during our investigation, Alphonse continued. I didn't know what, but whatever it was, it made you think that letting me cooperate with you any longer would put my life in danger, and that was why you lied, in order to try and keep me away from that danger. Rose didn't react, but also she didn't deny his words. To Alphonse, that was the same as an admission. Enough of this. The vampire before them opened his eyes wide and began to concentrate its power. The moment it did, the red smoke that had been rising from the stump where its arm had been was replaced with a jet of liquescent black ichor. It bubbled and frothed from the arm wound, and the cobblestone some distant away. The arm itself also began to expel the same noxious-looking secretion. Suddenly black liquid from both stump and severed limbs stretched and pulled, seeking out to the other. No! Knowing what was about to happen, Rose quickly swung a Templar sword in the direction of the liquid. The sword's countless parts sliced through it, but the dark matter just reformed around the damage. Moments later, the blade had done its work. His right arm was back where it belonged, Scottish Neon. How could he recover so quickly? I knew it. He really is a... Arrow swung the sword with his newly attached arm at Rose. Calm as ever, she pointed her tempest at him and fired a bladed segment that formed it. They flew from the handle and wrapped around him, binding and tearing simultaneously before they could completely ensnare him, however, or were transmuted into mist. The blades of the Templar sword fell from the spot he had been as the mist disappeared. It re-converged a moment later at a point just behind the vampire hunter. Not soon had the mist solidified, then Arrow swung the sword. His attack caught her completely off guard. Decapitating her. Also we expected, but Alphonse blocked it, his saber back in hand. Huh? Alphonse cleared his teeth, desperately trying to hold his ground. Arrow had a clear advantage in terms of strength, but try as he might, he could not break Alphonse's guard. How many times did you have to get in my way before you're satisfied? Cried Arrow. Hell! Seeing a chance, Rose drew one of her giant pistols and holding in the backhand grip, pulled the trigger. The bullet ripped through Arrow's shoulder, propelling him backwards. Alphonse steadied himself and readied the saber again. I won't die on your Rose, so I'm not going to let some vampire kill me, so... Can I not wait? Rose aimed her pistol, resting it on Alphonse's shoulder, and fired it repeatedly at Elroy. His wound already fully healed, Elroy dodged all of her bullets with snake-like grace and flew at them with great speed. Rose's pistol was now empty of bullets, and the vampire's charge gave her no time to draw the other. Arrow swung his sword at them as if trying to cut them both down in a single stroke. Alphonse brought his own saber to bear and braced with all his might to block the path of the falling sword. The two blades collided with such force that Alphonse's saber was sheared in two. The collision repelled Arrow as well, but if he were to swing his sword downward a second time with the same force, Alphonse's Rose would have no chance of surviving. The vampire's lips curled up in a smile, sensing impending victory. The smile was replaced almost immediately by shock when he saw what Alphonse had drawn from the depths of his uniform. Alfons had expected that the saber would not survive Arrow's attack and had immediately reached for the silver short sword given to him by Rose. So I'm never going to allow you to be alone again, he cried out as he swung the silver sword downward across Arrow's body. The try of glittering iron liked following in its wake. Arrow recoiled backwards, clawing at his chest. Alfons' attack had missed his heart, but the damage it had done was the greatest he had ever received yet. How could I be wounded by the likes of him? Damn you, damn you, damn you! Arrow's expression was one of pure hatred mixed with intense agony. There wasn't a trace of humanity left on his face. Alfons, meanwhile, had exhausted the last of his strength with that attack. He was on his knees, out of breath. Rose turned on him a peculiar look on her face. Alfons was desperately trying to accept and understand her solitude. He recognized the intense loneliness she had been burdened with when she let her companion die almost years ago, and was trying to save her from it. The words, "I'm never going to allow you to be alone again," sounded in her head over and over. She knew that what he had said was purely based on emotion, but it was enough to fill her heart with warmth. A heart that she had fought longer uncold. "You really are a complete fool," she laughed. The sound of her laughing so naturally was enough to make Alfons snap around to stare at her. "Perhaps it isn't such a bad thing after all," she said with a small smile. He goggled at her. It was Rose, and yet he felt he had never seen this woman before in his life. The warmth, the trying to smile. What's that supposed to mean? He stammered. As though he had seen something he should not have, Alfons turned around again, flustered. Arrow was now back in this directive view. The vampire was still in the same spot, watching, motionless. Alfons had almost forgotten about him. Now was hardly the time to talk with Rose. He needed to finish off the vampire Elroy for good. He looked back at Rose, and they nodded to one another. Rose began to walk toward Elroy, leaving the exhausted Alfons behind. Or remained still, his head bowed, mumbling something absent-mindedly to himself. Rose pointed to her remaining pistol at his head. All that she needed to do was pull the trigger and it would all be over, but she didn't. She stopped, confused. Something wasn't right. The scent is gone? Suddenly Elroy looked up at it and faced Rose. His eyes were wide and focused. Wait, I haven't lost. Of course I haven't. I could never lose to the likes of him. I just need to drink more blood. The likes of Alfons will never. His eyes suddenly darted back to Rose's face with terrible intensity. The monster's grin stretched wide. The next moment, the wound that had been left by Alfons' slash began to erupt red mist with incredible force. The mist filled the surrounding area at an alarming rate, and their field of vision was completely obscured by the crimson haze. All that could be heard was Alfons' voice crying out, "Rose, what's happening?" "Stay calm," she ordered. "This isn't harmful." The red mist was yet another special ability of vampires, but only in moments of desperation. The creature would use its own wounds as a kind of smokescreen. Knowing this full well from experience, Rose tried to drag Elroy by his scent. Which would have been easy. She didn't need to see the Empire to find it, and yet there was nothing. Despite having every reason to believe that she was right in front of her, not a trace of the vampire's trail was to be found. Why? She wondered, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. Slowly but surely, the red mist began to dispel, and only two figures remained, Rose and Alfons. The Emperor's nowhere to be seen. "Damn it!" she cried. I had managed to escape from them, but where? With a wince, Alfons rose to his feet. "Rose, you can't lose him!" All things considered, it seemed safe to assume that Arrow was searching for more victims to train in order to replenish his own power. Meaning that if he didn't catch him before then, there would be more fatalities. Which mentioned the possibility that he might grow too strong for them to handle. Rose had Alfons to silence. Hold on, trying to follow his scent. She meant to reassure Alfons in her own mind. Rose felt deeply uneasy. How could a trail have just disappeared all of a sudden? She'd never known anything like it. Is my power growing weaker? She wondered to herself. Just as she was pondering potential causes, though, the scent suddenly returned. The fact did nothing to allay her confusion, but as long as there was a trail to follow, the thing that needed to be their top priority. She focused her mind on the order, trying to ascertain its location. Eventually she was able to find the answer she sought. The source was startling. It's coming from the direction of the Terran. The electric was only one street away from where they stood. Alfons didn't even spare Rose a glance. He just dashed off towards the restaurant, his face a mask of fear. Ja, jetzt war irgendwie klar, dass ich noch das, was ich Luca wieder singen will. Ich finde auch schön, wie die ganze Zeit eigentlich passende Musik im Hintergrund ist. Oh, das ist nochmal ein 30. Kapitel-Ding. Und ein... Oh, das ist so lang. Chapter 10, Into the Darkness. Ordinarily, the late hour was the peak of business for the Allegra Tavern. Any other day, the chairs would all be filled with familiar faces, chattering array and enjoying food and drink. But tonight, not a single seat was taken. So great was the terror of the vampire murders that none dared leave their homes. After nothing else to do, Luca had set about cleaning the tavern, but the task was quickly finished. She slouched at the spotless counter, thoroughly bored. There had been any signs of her friend Alphonse that day. Still, considering the rumors she had heard of the Gerard team's nighttime patrols, it was not as surprising. He was pretty busy, she thought to herself. Still, she couldn't pretend that she wasn't disappointed by the fact. The thoughts of Alphonse weighing on her mind, she let out a gloomy sigh. The woman's owner stopped washing cutlery on the other side of the counter and gave her a warm smile. Go along home for today. It's dangerous around these parts, lady, so you're best getting back, called. Just as she went to do so, however, the bell over the door chimed. A customer had entered the tavern. Luca jumped out of the chair in a panic. What she saw made her gasp. Standing in the doorway of the tavern was a young man in a bloodstained soldier's uniform. Letting out a sharp shriek of terror, she rushed over to the man. The uniform he had on was the same as the one worn by Alphonse, leading her to immediately think it might be him. As she drew close, though, she realized it wasn't. Relief washed over her. Getting a closer look at his face, Luca was startled to find that she actually recognized him. A long time ago, when Alphonse had first joined the army, he had borrowed a man before with him to visit the tavern. She remembered hearing that the two of them weren't on very good terms anymore, however. His name was Elroy. The tavern's owner hurried over with a first aid kit, clearly concerned, but Elroy showed no interest in him. His eyes were focused unwaveringly on Luca. Hello, friend of Alphonse. I'm going to have to ask you to come with me, he muttered. His following smile was anything but inviting. By the time Alphonse and Rose arrived, the tavern was in a terrible state. Chairs were strewn everywhere, tables lay in pieces all about the space, and the floor was covered in smashed glass and broken crockery. On the other side of the counter, they found the owner, blood trickling from his temple. Calmly, Rose used the church's thaumaturgy to heal him. His mysterious power closed his wound, and soon after he regained consciousness. The second he did, Alphonse began to bombard him with questions. What happened here? Where's Luca? He couldn't see any signs of her, and that worried him intensely. The boy in a military uniform came. No, that was no human, it was a monster. He tried to fight him off, but he took Luca. No matter he had Luca's name, he fell unconscious again. Well, after, the soldier who had been patrolling the surrounding area heard what had happened and hurried to the scene. The air was filled with the sounds of people's voices and soldiers running up and down the streets. Even a number of local residents had woken up and begun to gather to see what was going on. Eventually, Gerard himself arrived and set about questioning the tavern's owner and investigating the scene with a number of his subordinates. Alphonse and Rose, meanwhile, stood in the shadow of a building not far away. Damn you, Elroy! Alphonse cried as he punched one of the brick walls with all his might. Nearby, Rose stood with her arms folded deep forward. Stay calm. I have every reason to believe that Luca is still alive. Elroy had fled the search for new blood to heal his injuries and increase his power. If he was intending to use Luca for that purpose, there was no reason to take her away. It would have been far quicker and easier to just drink her blood in the tavern. It was safe to assume that he had a different purpose in mind for her, and that most likely reason seemed to be to use her to lure them out, to lure them somewhere. Suspected I know where he is headed. There Rose. She pointed down at the ground below their feet. During the previous day's encounter with Elroy, he had summoned a large number of ghouls out of seemingly nowhere. He showed them victims without families or friends to know their absence. Elroy had been abducting them in secret and storing them somewhere for when he wanted them. And there was every reason to believe there were more. To stash them, he would need quite a sizable area, but it also had to be one where the chance of them being found would be quite low. In other words, a place that no one really went. A perfect match for both of these conditions was the network of underground passages beneath the city. Natürlich wieder die underground waterways of Heimdall. What else? Es ist halt typisch, dass wieder alles da unten verdreht am Ende. The tunnels had been built during the Dark Ages several hundred years prior and were not normally used by people. Somewhere in there, Rose theorized, Aura was probably waiting for them. Elephants proposed that they depart immediately. After all, every second they waited increased the danger that Luca was in. Rose, however, stood silent here, eyes cast downward. Something bothering you, Alphonse asked. Her mouth tightened. Two things, in fact. Firstly, I suspected Iroh is what is known as an Elder Empire. Ich hab wieder Empire gesagt. Elder Vampire. There were, Rose explained, several kinds of vampires. Those who were legitimate descendants of the race, known as true ancestors. Ähnlich wie in Fate. The true ancestors were said to have all perished, but those who were closely related to them were known as the Elder Vampires. And unlike true ancestors, some Elder Vampires still remained. Elder Vampires were filled with a lust for blood every 10 or so years, and in surrounding themselves to that lust, they had been responsible for countless deaths throughout history. As vampire hunter, therefore, they were Rose's most important targets. Furthermore, they were apparently among the most powerful of our vampires, with exceptional growth potential. As an example of this, Rose explained that when Luca was first attacked, he had been guided to a deserted area by a high-level ability called Charm, which allowed the user to control the thoughts of their victim to a certain degree. Rose finding out that Luca had lost her memories of what happened when she was attacked that had first alerted Rose to the possibility that Elroy might be an Elder Empire. Elder Vampire. And it was what had first led her to try to distance Alphonse from their investigation. The fact that they might be dealing with an Elder Vampire was only one of her concerns, however, though the other was closely related to it. The astonishing power Elder Vampires possess is amplified even further at night. Because of that, it should be possible for them to be able to disguise their presence completely. In battle against Elroy earlier, he has been able to do just that, allowing him to make his escape. It had so surprised Rose that she had missed a chance to finish him off. It's possible that he is no ordinary Elder Vampire, or perhaps he is something even more terrifying, she mused aloud. They had no way of telling what Elroy was truly capable of, or even what he truly was. As such, it was impossible to gauge how much danger they would be putting themselves in by following him, especially knowing that they would be walking right into the trap. Where she had no choice but to follow, she found herself questioning whether bringing Alphonse along would be really a good idea. The observation must have been plain on her face, because Alphonse cut off her thoughts with a determined shake of the head. Boss, I've told you already that I'm not going to die. I won't let you be alone ever again. I don't care how strong our opponent is. I'm going to go back on her word. The resolve was clear and unwavering in his eyes. With or without her blessing, he would see it through to the end. He would not abandon someone living a life of solitude like he once did. The pure innocence of what emotion and empathy was enough to recall her own bleak loneliness. The dark feelings passed over her features like a cloud obscuring the stars. There was, after all, one other secret she had yet to part with, and that, more than anything, was the cause of her solitude. The warmth of his words almost coaxed it from her lips, so flushy, but now was the time. For the moment, his heartfelt declaration was enough for her. Their priority needed to be saving his friends. Everything else could wait. I'm sorry, she said. I thought I had overcome my hesitations, but it seems that wasn't the case. With a minor shake of the head, she pushed her doubts deep within and slowly moved her hand downwards towards her waist. Her fingers sought out her spare blade and again a long sword, unclipping it from her belt, she handed it to Alphonse. This should serve as a replacement for that broken saber. I imagined you'll be able to fight more comfortable with this. Alphonse hefted it in his hands, admiring the balance. He slipped the handsmith out of the scabbard for a closer look. Like with his other purified weapons, it had a silvery cloud that seemed to suck in the light of the red moon. A blow from a blade like this would surely stop a vampire in its tracks. But had always known that the short sword she had given Alphonse was hardly the ideal weapon for him. She had done this deliberately, hoping that having an unsuitable weapon would dissuade him from trying to get actively involved in battle. Yet, not once had he balked at entering the fray. With whatever resources he had at his disposal, Alphonse was always ready to jump right in. Giving him the longsword, therefore, was a sign that she now regarded him as someone worthy of trust, and an apology for underestimating previously. Alphonse acknowledged the gift and perhaps apology with a nod of the head. He attached the blade to a sturdy leather baldric. They regarded one another for a moment then, and swore to do what needed to be done. Their mutual resolve reaffirmed, they took off into the deep darkness where Luca and the vampire waited. Next to Heimdall, there flowed a great river known as the Arnor. Facing out onto it was Heimdall Port, and in one corner of the port was the door, led down into an underground passage. Da sind wir auch reingegangen. The entrance was usually locked for safety reasons, but they forced it open without much trouble and stepped inside. There then was a mixture of mold, rusting metal, and a pervasive smell of damp. Cautiously, they moved along the slick stone path, ears and eyes straining for any movement. The tunnel was connected to the river itself, and the turbid water flowed all the way into the deep darkness further along the passage. It had been constructed during the Dark Ages, and the network of passages under the city was so vast that no one knew just how far it stretched, or exactly what lay within it. The entire area had long been abandoned. No maintenance or modernization had ever been done. To Evan's eye, it looked as though they were setting foot in some ancient labyrinth untouched by time or man for hundreds of years. They proceeded deeper inside, forming an arduous trail along the waterway with only the faintest of light from the red moon trickling through the periodic grates to illuminate their path. The scent coming from him had returned in full force, filling the air with tension as they drew closer and closer to the quarry. They proceeded cautiously and more slowly now, as even the light from the moon eventually abandoned them during the ascent. The pitch darkness did not last for long, however. As they advanced, they soon started to come across torches here and there, attached at inwards along the wall. The glow from the flickering light was both inviting and sinister. It looked like he really has been using this place as hideout for quite a while, once commented. He and others rose forward with distaste. It seemed very likely that the people Ira had abducted were somewhere around too. No sooner had that thought crossed her mind than she sensed movement, she sighed. Looks like as though we are too late. The meaning of Rose's words soon became clear. Slowly but surely a number of figures drew closer to them from ahead. They shuffled and jerked with unnatural cadence. Ghouls. While Errol had adopted Luca without drinking her blood, it seemed as though he had used the other people he had been keeping here in her place. Evans couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief when he realized that Luca wasn't among them, but that didn't prove for certain that she was still unharmed. After all Errol needed to do to get them to chase after him was have them believe that there was a chance that she was still alive. As the creatures approached, it was clear that they had no time to waste. Evans quickly drew the longsword, while Rose already had the Templar sword and pistol in hand. Ready for battle. We need to deal with these first. Alright. The course of action decided, they both charged into the horde of advancing ghouls. It was the first time that Alphonse had been forced to engage in actual combat with ghouls, and he found it emotionally draining. After all, the ghouls were nothing more than victims of the vampire they hadn't chosen to have their lives taken, or to be compelled to seek to devour their fellows. It had all been forced upon them. As such, he was not fighting to kill them, but to free them. Thinking of it logically didn't do much to reduce the pain of taking up arms against another human being, though. His heart ached every time he cut one down. Rose, meanwhile, was mowing down ghouls like a scythe through the summer harvest. They were nothing more than obstacles in her way, and their shambling attacks were no match for her peerless work with the blade. No matter the speed and skill with which she dispatched them down, more ghouls emerged from the darkness to block their path. Fortunately, Alphonse couldn't help but wonder how long she had been enduring the same pain that he was feeling now. It didn't show on her face, but he remembered the tenderness with which he had handled the ghoul after defeating it on their first meeting. She was as disgusted as he was with their blight. He wanted to know what had driven her to continue subjecting herself to their pain over and over again. What had driven her to the depths of solitude. But most of all, he wanted to find some way that he could be of help to her. Right now, however, all that he could do for her was to continue to fight. Shoving down the sorrow he felt with every swing of the sword that made flesh, he kept advancing forward through the mass of bodies before him. Using the torches on the walls as their beacons, Alphonse and Rose hurried as best as they could through the maze of passages. Dozens upon dozens of ghouls obstructed their path, but they continued to carve their way forward. They advanced, but slowly, each battle taking a toll on their stamina and energy. Eventually, the path ahead of them opened, and they found themselves in a wide, spacious area. The ground here was grey and soft beneath their feet. It was earth, not stone. A number of crosses were lined up in tidy rows in the sweeping space, probably erected during the Dark Ages. Their binding looked so weathered that they could have crumbled to the ground at any moment. They were resisted only by a few sputtering torches, but it was enough to see that they must be in a catacomb of some sort. The atmosphere in the subterranean tomb was even gloomier than it had been in the passages they had passed through to reach it. At the center stood a single, silent man, wearing a black coat over his tattered army uniform. Alphonse had been leaning saucily against Rose after their simultaneous battles with the ghouls, but when he spied a familiar figure, he let out a mighty yell. Error! His voice boomed through the chamber, but the other man didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he calmly turned to face them. The air grew heavy with malevolence. "I've been expecting you," he said, smiling. He regarded them with amusement. As his lips crept further and further up, his needle-sharp fangs slowly revealed. They were stained a deep red blood. Chapter 11, Battle in the Catacomb. Watching Arrow turn, Rose knew it was with a sinking feeling that he had fully recovered from the previous battle. It was also obvious that he was much, much stronger, considering how much blood he must have drunk to spawn all of the ghouls they had fought on their way to reach him. It was hardly surprising though. Nonetheless, neither Alphonse nor Rose had any way of telling exactly how powerful the monster before them had become. "Where's Luca?" Alphonse shouted. The member shrugged his support. "Who knows? Maybe I'll tell you if you beat me." He slowly raised his arms, then stretched them towards the heavens. And a golden wave of power erupted from his palms, reverberating through the catacomb. Alphonse and Rose tensed, but then the rush of energy suddenly stopped. "What was that?" Alphonse asked cautiously. "No," cried Rose. The discharge of power had no immediate visible effect. She knew what was coming. Her grip on her sword tightened. A strange crumping sound filled the air, like vast insane movements. Alphonse's eyes darted over the area, trying to find the source of the noise. In one of the crosses he had noticed earlier, something white caught his eye. It was a skeleton human hand. For a start, he realized that similar grasping fingers and limbs were emerging from the other graves surrounding them. And twitching bones were pushing and clawing at the dirt, and not long after, the bodies they belonged to began to heave their way out of the ground as well. The air was full of the cracking and clanging of bones and musty soil. They were the cadaverous remains of those who had been buried long ago. It seemed the skill to wake and manipulate the corpse of the dead was yet another ability in an elder vampire's repertoire. The new undead foes presented another problem. Unlike the ghouls, the skeletons were equipped with varying weapons and equipment. Some had axes and other swords, while many wore helmets and several had shields. Judging from all the armaments on the display, it seemed safe to assume that those who were buried in this particular catacomb had all been warriors, or those who had fallen in battle. Alphonse threw his sword, his back against Rose's. They were completely surrounded. What incredible power! Her shrieked a little laughter, cut like a knife with the shuffling of riveted feet and crackling of rotten leather. His expression was suffused with ecstasy as he surveyed his handiwork. Once free of their own graves, the skeletons stood completely still, like the ghouls who operated entirely on the instinctive desire blended within them. The skeletons were soldiers in the truest sense of the word. They waited the command of the vampire who had awoken them from the eternal slumber. With a steering cut of his hand, Elroy gave the signal to attack. The skeletons surged forward en masse towards Alphonse and Rose like a wave cresting the shoreline. Each of them had their weapons out at the ready, but there were simply too many of them to block them all. Just before the undead army reached him, Alphonse felt Rose tap on his shoulder from behind. Listening to what she was trying to tell him, he swiftly crashed to the ground. As Alphonse ducked, Rose jumped high into the air, just directly above her body, her right arm stretched over the left side of her torso. With a powerful swipe, she swung that arm back to the right, her body making almost a full rotation. The motion lent even greater power to her swing as she whipped her Templar sword around a scything arc. The heads of the closest skeleton exploded into fine white powder as the segmented blades made contact. The sheer force behind the blow also blasted back the second row of skeletons, giving the pair precious breathing space. Letting the opening go to waste, Alphonse leaped up from the ground and charged forward through the sea of bones toward the vampire. Some skeletons tried to oppose his advance, but he simply bashed them aside, slashing, kicking, punching, and otherwise doing whatever he had to do in order to remove them from his path. It was ugly, but effective. Elroy was near his reach. Rose, meanwhile, was doing all she could do to draw the skeleton's attentions, switching rapidly between using a sword and pistols. She also did her best to cover Alphonse from afar, attacking enemies bearing down on him from behind. Why, Elroy, what's happened to you? Alphonse cried over the clamor of battle. As he smashed his way through the legions of skeletons, he couldn't help but wonder how the two of them had come to this point to begin with. They had first met several years before when Alphonse joined the Imperial Army. Elroy had been an orphan who had lived in the parody before being sculled out for the military by Gerard for his exceptional skill with a sword. As such, the two of them shared a lot in common. While Elroy didn't even know who his parents were, they were both orphans, and they were both safe from solitude by Gerard. They soon felt an affinity towards one another, becoming good rivals and aiding each other in improving their skills. At some point after that, their relationship took a turn for the worse. Even so, Alphonse still saw Elroy as a comrade and respected his strength and skill, but how many times Elroy acted unpleasantly or coldly to him, the feeling never changed for him. And that was why he, even now, after all he had seen and done, he still couldn't bring himself to believe that Elroy was a vampire. That Elroy is someone he had practically grown up with, was someone who could heartlessly take the lives of innocent people or toy with them as food. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally dispatched the last skeleton, standing between him and Elroy. His path was clear. He raced toward the vampires, the sword held high, and the war cry dropping from his lips. Watching him with an undistinguished amusement, Elroy smoothly drew his own blade. Once again, the swords locked together in a position. I won't let you harm anyone else. As a friend, I can't allow you to. Oh, don't you give me that. He blocked Alphonse's attack with a contemptuous swipe of his own sword. He had effortlessly in one hand. He then repelled Alphonse's blade with incredible force. Alphonse's arm was knocked back, but he turned to his advantage and used the momentum from Elroy's attack to spin around and attack him with a sweeping horizontal slash. Again, Elroy rebuffed him, this time employing but a single finger. The digit was burned by the blade, but through its smoke, Elroy didn't show the faintest sign of concern. As said, he began to focus his strength into it, causing the sword to begin to crack. Alphonse looked up with gritted teeth, expecting to see the familiar superior sneer on Elroy's face. Instead of a glimpse of a man so sure of his own victory, he only saw pure hatred. The look was so intense that he almost faltered. Friend? How dare you call yourself my friend after you tried to steal what matters most to me? Elroy's words caught Alphonse so off guard that he wasn't able to react in time to parry the downward strike from Elroy's sword. The blade made contact, sliding through Alphonse's guard and uniform from shoulder to navel. Blood sprayed in the wake of the slash, and he howled in pain. His cry, Rose called out in concern, path he had carved to Elroy, however, had long since filled with skeletons that he was diverting, and Alphonse knew he could expect no help from that quarter. Fortunately, the wound was fairly shallow, as if to demonstrate his fitness. He nimbly retreated backwards and raised his sword again. What are you talking about? I don't remember ever taking anything from you. Silence, your chance to repent has long since passed. Error renewed his attack with relentless force. Alphonse tried valiantly to resist, but his injury impaired him from fighting to his full potential. In horror, managed to land one slash after another. Blood began to soak through his shirt. Though all superficial, the number of wounds on his body increased steadily, and he began to feel lightheaded. Nevertheless, he raised the sword yet again, but only pure willpower kept the blade from wavering. Elroy watched his display with glee, his mouth crooked up in a smile of anticipated victory. Don't worry, you won't be alone for long. That vampire and then the girl from the tavern will be joining you very soon. I was remembered the promise in those words, but they also filled him with renewed determination. Alright, I don't know what you've got against me, but no matter what it is, I'm not going to let you kill me. I'm not going to go back on my promise. What are you even talking about? I asked, his smile wagging from his face. You think you can kill me? Go right ahead and try, because I'm not going to die, and I will stop you. Enough. Enraged, Erebo finally clasped his sword in both hands. Fury and monstrous energy radiated from in waves. Alphonse knew that this would be his strongest attack yet. You're finished, Erebo cried, swinging his sword downward with all of his might. Death approached from above, and Alphonse saw it coming, but he made no move to block it. The silver sword still raised in front of him. He took his attack head on, as again the vampire's blade made contact with Alphonse's left shoulder, cleaving through body, muscle, bone and all. Or at least, that was what he expected to happen. What? What happened next defied our logic. As the sword carried downward, it sheared through Alphonse's left collarbone, then stopped. Langing of effort, Alphonse looked the arrow straight in the eye, and it was not the look of a man who had been bested. Alphonse had decided to not defend against our attacks. Instead, he had resolved to receive it and focus his concentration to its limit. The moment the blade entered his body, he had suddenly stiffened all of his muscles, thus allowing him to halt his sword's advance. I was stunned by what had happened. The outcome was just so far removed from the victory he had envisioned that he could only gap at the other man. I was shocked that Alphonse had been courting. It was the opening he had so desperately created. Ignoring the pain surging through his body, Alphonse prepared a strike. Errol released his own sword hilt, unable to free the blade embedded in Alphonse's shoulder. He took a half step back, weaponless, defenseless. The tip of Alphonse's silver sword flew forward, piercing the vampire straight through the chest. Listening deep and true, the catacomb fell silent. With a dry sound, almost like a sigh, the skeleton's rows had been fighting crumbled to the ground. Finally free from the need to fight against him any longer, she stopped and turned to Alphonse. She was in mute astonishment as Alphonse retrieved his sword from the vampire's chest. Dropped to his knees and then collapsed. His enemy defeated, Alphonse then turned his attention to himself. With clenched teeth, he pulled out the sword that had been embedded in his left shoulder. Blood spurted in a bright arc as he freed it. He tried to stop the bleeding by holding his hand over it, but it was just too deep. Blood continued to flow out between his fingers. Maybe I overdid it a little, he said a bit unsteadily. Rose sighed. You truly are unbelievable. She picked her way over to him, carefully sidestepping bones and weapons in her path. Gently she placed her hand over his, and Alphonse felt a warm sensation fuse his body. He was losing a former 22 years injuries. You only have one life, she chided him. You shouldn't treat it so carelessly. I always knew that you were foolish, but perhaps foolish, idiotic, imbecile is more appropriate. Despite the admonishing tone of her words, Alphonse could tell from her face just how relieved she was that he was alright. Feeling somewhat guilty for worrying her so much, he watched as his wound rapidly began to close. While her favorite healed, she could only heal physical wounds and not restore his lost stamina. This was still more than sufficient in his first aid. Suddenly he heard a soft groaning sound from nearby. It came from Elroy, who was looking up at the ceiling with a wicked expression. The skin had begun to crack and slowly crumble away. He seemed to be trying to say something, but his words were so quiet that it was impossible to make out what. Wells hurried to one of his silver pistols and pointed it at Roy's head. Evans started. What are you? His fate is sealed regardless, but I can't allow him to pass like this. There was a moment to waste. As a vampire hunter, she had a duty to finish off her targets, so Alphonse, the decision seemed heartless, but also knew that she had no choice. It still frustrated him that it hadn't to end like this. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask Roy. He had been a vampire for the whole of the time they had known each other. What had driven him to start taking lives of innocence now? And why did he hate him so much? Nonetheless, he knew that vampires were simply too dangerous to be allowed to exist. Instead, she stood by silently, allowing her to do what she thought had to be done, but Rose simply stood with her pistol pointed at Ro's head, never pulling his trigger. This doesn't make sense, she murmured. Alphonse looked at her. What doesn't? I don't understand. What don't you understand? There was puzzlement and not a bit of weariness in Rose's reply. There's no scent. None at all. Scent of what? The scent of an elder vampire. At that moment, something flew at incredible speed through the darkness. Two long-nailed objects made up of filthy black blood flashed towards them in a blur. Rose, who sensed the approach first, immediately pushed Alphonse out of the way as he was thrust from the path of the objects. And watched in horror as sharply pointed lances of blood mercilessly pierced Rose's chest. He fell to the ground with a bump, and a moment later Rose thudded down beside him. Blood began to pour around her inert body. I couldn't process what was happening, nor was he able to rise to his feet. So weak was he from his earlier battle. Well, said a voice. I certainly couldn't have seen that coming. I was hoping to finish you both off at the same time. Out of the darkness, dead lads had emerged from... stepped a figure whose outline and gait was achingly familiar. A man in a military uniform, who he knew better than anyone else. Looks like he managed to cheat death again, huh? Gerard? I didn't want to believe what he was saying. Träge wieder immer noch. Ah. Ich merke natürlich super, wenn ich schon mal ganz sicher was dabei. Zu viele Seiten noch. Es ist anstrengend nach einer Zeit, vor allem wenn wir jetzt schon 2,5 Stunden am Lesen sind. Das ist halt alles dort zu lesen. Aber ey, bin so fast durch. Chapter 12, Elder Vampire. Gerard was Alphonse's superior and commanding officer of a unit of the Imperial Army responsible for maintaining law and order in Heimdall, widely known as the Gerard team. More than that, he was like a father to Alphonse, as he was the man who had taken him in and raised him after Alphonse had lost his parents. Everyone knew how hard Gerard had been working to try and catch the culprit behind the vampire murders, and how much anguish he felt at not being able to find any leads as to who the criminal might be. He tried not to show it to his subordinates. His desire to help ease the burden on his foster parent was part of the reason that Alphonse was so determined to catch the murderer himself. So, what was Gerard doing here in the underground with them? He was supposed to be at the Terran that Roy had attacked, taking command of the operation. What business could he possibly have there? Alphonse didn't understand, or he didn't want to understand. Gerard regarded Alphonse with a strange mix of disappointment and affection. Like a father looking at his naughty child, I suppose it's a lot to take in for you. He made the same face when Alphonse addressed him too familiarly while on duty. Everything about Gerard was the same as ever, and he found that very fact deeply disturbing. It was then that he noticed that Luca was standing next to Gerard, her face vacant. She didn't seem to at all bothered by the carnage all around her, In fact, she didn't even seem to be aware of it at all. Cha? He said in a weak voice. Doesn't that mean you must be... Returning to the senses, Alphonse looked over in the direction of the voice. It was Rose. She was still lying on the ground, blood bubbled on her lips from the effort of speaking. It was immediately obvious, just from looking at her, that the damage she had sustained was lethal. She was seemingly surprised that she was still alive, responded to her unfinished question. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Vampire Hunter. My name is Gerard. I'm the other vampire that you two have been chasing all this time. You seem to have no interest in hiding the truth anymore. Sir? It was Elroy, barely clinging to life. He crawled across the ground to Gerard's feet. His clawed hand grasped quickly at Gerard's pant leg as if trying to cling to him. I'm sorry, sir, Gerard kneeled down and took Elroy's hand. Bending over, he lifted him up like a parent might take a child in their arms. It's alright, Elroy. You didn't want to fee in luring the loathsome vampire hunter to the capital. I was right to believe in you. I couldn't have asked for more. Listening to Gerard's praise him, Elroy's expression was one of complete peace. That's why I have no further use for you. Slay well. Gerard's words seemed to drain in an instant. Next moment, a twisted grin emerged on his face, revealing beast-like fangs. As soon as Alphonse noticed them, they sank into Errol's neck. The first time Alphonse was forced to witness the vampire drinking blood, Errol howled out in agony. His screams so piercing that Alphonse wanted to cover his ears to block them out. With agonizing slowness, Gerard drank his blood, and by draining him, also absorbed the life energy of tens upon tens of innocent human beings that Elroy had killed. All of a sudden, Elroy's former youthful body began to shrivel up like the sagged husk of corn. As his youth evaporated, Gerard's vitality grew exponentially. Black smoke began to pour from the youth's body, hiding it from sight. Elroy's cries grew hoarse and stopped entirely. Finally, his body turned to dust, which fell onto the damp earth of the catacombs. The smoke finally cleared, leaving only Gerard. He was now clad in a black coat in place of his army uniform. As the middle-aged man he had been previously, he now appeared to be roughly the same age as Alphonse. A small line of blood triggered from the corner of his mouth. He dabbed it up with his tongue, his expression one of pure bliss. He then started to look himself over, taking everything in as if trying to adjust to his new body. The man before him was no longer Gerard that Alphonse once knew. He was the very image of the vampires that appeared in Erebonian legend. Simply delicious. It's been over a decade since I last had the chance to taste human blood, but it's just as wonderful as I remembered. That is all worth going through all that tedious preparation for. He gave a satisfied sigh. Alphonse could only look at him in horrified disbelief. So you were the one who turned Aura into a vampire. You were the one who made him drink blood just so you could take it all from him. No. Gerard said. That's not quite true. I'd have you know that Aura willingly chose to become one of us. Gerard placed his hand on his chest in smug solemnity and cast his eyes downward in a thoroughly exaggerated fashion. Aura was an orphan. He had lived a poor, lonely life, more so than anyone else I ever have known. But I saw that he was capable with a sword, and I invited him into the army, and so he came to be dependent on me, just as I thought he would. Gerard wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. It was as if he saw me as a sweet fauna, added with a laugh. Everyone shuddered at the sound, chills running through his whole body. Eventually he started to resent you for the fact that I had always raised you like a real son. He wanted to receive that treatment himself, so he tried to find a way to steal the position from you. One day I decided to read my true identity to him and invited him to become a vampire as well. He gladly agreed, knowing that by doing so he would be able to be more useful to me than you, hoping that it would favor him more than I did you. From a short distance away, Rose still lay on her ground, unable to move and frustrated by what she was hearing. In all likelihood, Gerard had given a fraction of his power to Elroy when he had turned him into a vampire. The center of that was the reason that Rose assumed that he was the elder vampire that they were searching for. which had been wrong, and if not for a mistake, they wouldn't be in this perilous situation to begin with. First part, Alphonse was stunned at the revelation that Arrow had a grudge against him all this time, as well as the reason for it. It was as though Alphonse had done anything wrong himself, or tried to hurt Arrow, and yet he was filled with a deep sense of regret. If only he had realized how Arrow felt earlier, perhaps it could have prevented him from becoming a vampire. And why did all of this happening? Furthermore, he had no choice but to admit to himself that Gerard was the true coward behind all of this, and that the man who had manipulated a lonely boy to kill countless people so that he didn't have to dirty his own hands. All of a sudden, that fact that they had been unable to stop the vampire murders, no matter how much they strengthened their nighttime patrols, made perfect sense. After all, what chance did they have when the mastermind himself was in charge of organizing them? As the truth dawned on him, Alphonse felt a dull, terrible ache in his head. A thought from Gerard brought Alphonse back to things at hand. The vampire licked his lips. Now that Manga has been finally sated, I suppose all that remains is to serve. He purred. He glanced sideways towards the vacant-eyed Luca with indistinguished desire, then wrenched his eyes away and focused on the still form of Rose. But before that, suddenly raising his left hand and pointing it at her. I think it's about time our dear vampire hunter left the stage for good. If Alphonse could even react, countless lances of blood, like the two that had struck before, formed and flew from his palm toward the fallen woman. Alphonse cried out, but couldn't do nothing to stop the firelight. Rose saw the danger and reacted, still lying on the ground. She dropped the pistol that she had secretly been aiming at Gerard, and at the last second, used every bit of strength that remained in her to roll out of the way. She avoided instant death, but it would only be a momentary reprieve if the vampire decided to strike again. Gerard shook his head in amazement. You really are a tenacious one, aren't you? Then how about... Stop! Just as Gerard was about to launch his next attack, Alphonse jumped at him. Sword raised, he slashed with everything he could muster. This all my contact, but aside from a dull ringing sound, it didn't seem to do any actual damage. Oh my, that's no way to show your appreciation to a man who raised you all these years, Gerard sighed, laughing. He flickered his index finger at Alphonse's forehead, causing an unimaginable powerful shockwave which sent him flying backwards through the air. The silver sword Rose had given him was supposed to be able to kill vampires, and yet it wasn't able to so much as scratch Gerard. It was then that Alphonse realized that what he was up against, a true elder vampire, filled with the life energy of countless humans that Arrow had collected, that he stood no chance whatsoever against. The weight of that understanding filled him with despair. The vampire, meanwhile, seemed to think of something. Oh, I know, while I'm telling you all of this, there's one other little thing that you might be interested to know. Think of this as a reward for surviving so long. Right in front of the door, Alphonse could only grasp. What? He tried to rise, but he only got as far as kneeling. Gerard looked down at him, a vulgar smile playing at his lips. The one who killed your parents was me. As Alphonse said, for that nothing else could surprise him, he was proved wrong. Gerard's words struck the side of his mother and father, all of the blood rained from the bodies, lying dead in their home over 10 years ago, up from his memories. Gerard continued, seeming to enjoy Alphonse's reactions. There really was a vampire in the village back then. Naturally, I'm referring to me. Your father seemed to realize the first part and set about trying to find out the vampire's identity in secret. This was the first time that Alphonse had heard about this. He had no idea that his father had once tried to do exactly what he and Rose had. He was an exceptionally capable soldier, you know, John continued. Far too capable to be stuck in a backwater village like that, but that ended up being his undoing. He very nearly succeeded in discovering that it was I who he was seeking, and that's why I killed him with my own hands. Him and his wife who was helping him. Alphonse stumbled to his feet and broke into a lurching charge at Gerard. With frenzied slashes and thrusts, he attacked the vampire, almost as if to avoid having to listen to what it was saying. Gerard laughed as he batted away the big blows. The only problem with my plan was you, Al. I intended to kill you at the same time. I was still a child at the time, but I couldn't allow anyone who might know my true identity to live. Yet when I came to take care of them, you were away from the house. No matter how many times Alphonse said Gerard could not connect. His sword, his fury, his grief, it all seemed meaningless against his foe. Nothing in it could hurt the creature who had taken everything from him. Completely ignoring Alphonse, Gerard continued talking. We couldn't very well kill you on a separate occasion either. Aside, not with the chance that the vampire Gerard was gagging about might catch a wind of it and come after me. Too many strange murders in such a small town like that would be quite suspicious after all. And that's why I decided to keep you close to me instead. So that I could keep an eye on you myself. Effectively, it seemed, Gerard's plan was to make sure that Alphonse never remembered anything that might happen, realized the vampire's true identity. If he had, he would have been killed. The man he thought he knew, the man who he had cared for him like a father, was alive. Slowly, as the full bitter truth began to sink in, he could feel the hot prickle of tears sting in his eyes. But that won't be necessary anymore. I have no reason to allow you to live any longer. Gerard had previously been disregarding all of Alphonse's futile attempts to hurt him, but suddenly he went on the offensive, lightning quick. He bypassed Alphonse's guard and his fist made contact with the young man's right side. Bones crumbled under the sharp blow, and once again Alphonse was sent flying. He landed hard, but was almost immediately up once again through sheer force of will. The pain was incredible, and something was broken inside him, but it didn't matter. He simply couldn't forgive the man, the creature in front of him, for what he had done. You can't win now. You must know that. Just give up and die. The time Gerard came to him, his attacks were relentless, like water gushing from a broken dam. Again and again, his tightly clenched fist pounded Alphonse with the force of a wrecking ball. Unable to defend himself from the onslaught, Alphonse was showering with punches from blood spraying through the air with every strike. Finally, Rose called his name. She barely seemed able to maintain consciousness. If he lost here, Rose would be killed for sure. As for Luca. Losing wasn't an option. Being killed wasn't an option. Defeat of any kind wasn't an option, considering what was at stake. Sharp pain in his side signaled another bone breaking, blood dripping down his lips as he bit back to a groan. The more time passed, the closer he was to drawing to death's door. Endless, he slowly raised his sword again, swinging it downward with the last of his strength. As he did, Gerard aimed another punch at him directly in front. With a dull metallic sound, the blade snapped in two. The power of the blows and the top hair flying, it flipped over and back, clear through Alphonse's right shoulder. Then it impaled into the ground next to a rose lane. When it sliced through him, it felt as though his rings had been cut as well. He had no energy left to fight. He couldn't even maintain his grip on the broken sword in his hand. He crumbled to the ground, too exhausted to get on. As he did, another faint memory of the past resurfaced in my mind. A short period before his parents' murder, there had been a girl who often came to their home, who had been introduced herself as an acquaintance of his father's. She used to take him out to play practically every day, so that he wouldn't disturb his father while he was working. Thinking back, the work he had been doing must have been investigating the vampire. I saw on one of those days that the murders took place. He had been home with his parents at the time. He would no doubt have been killed alongside them. It is thanks to her taking him out that day that he had been able to live in ignorance for so long and avoid being killed by Gerard. He had not forgotten her, but because his parents' murder had left such a deep scar inside him that all other memories in the period have been pushed in the depths of his subconsciousness. He found himself wondering how she was doing now, whether she was alright. He hoped she was. Those were the idle thoughts that filled him as he lay defeated on the ashen earth, Gerard mocking laughter filling his ears. No, Al, I think it's really is time to finish this. Your mother and father are waiting for you up with the goddess. Then held the fingers of his right hand straight and rigid, thumb folded inwards as if performing a karate chop. He then swung it downwards toward Alphonse like the blade of a guillotine, aiming directly for his neck. The white lights only filled the area, obscuring all else. At the same time, Alphonse heard the sound of something rending the air. Given that he was still alive, he slowly opened his eyes. The end that had been caught to slide through Alpha's neck now had a gigantic hole at its center. Gerard had his left hand wrapped around his right wrist, and was staring at the hole in horror, unable to process what just happened. That just the woman smoked and hissed. Possible. With thought rose, injuries had been beyond most humans' ability to survive. But as she stood, unwavering, the smoking soap pistol in her hand. Lips was still bright with blood, but her voice was steady. I'll allow you to lay another finger on him. Eyes blazed with a bright crimson fire.
Mal ein kürzeres Kapitel.
Wir sind wirklich fast durch. Chapter 13, True Ancestor. Both had been prepared to accept her own death. Gerard's lenses of blood had perforated several of her organs. You no longer had the strength to use thaumaturgy to yourself. Considering that her occupation was hunting vampires, she always knew that this might happen. And one day, one of the vampires she tried to kill might instead end her own life. Nonetheless, her task was to try and defeat as many of them as she could before that happened. That was her penance, her way that she would try to atone, but the time had finally come. She had done all that she could, and yet she had been powerless to defeat Gerard. If she just closed her eyes, she would never wake up again. Perhaps that would be the easiest and least painful option. Her consciousness fading, her lids began to droop, but then she saw something in the corner of her field vision. It was Alphonse, still struggling against something he could not hope to best. To see him fighting on, who had battled beside her every step of the way, made her heart ache. She watched his final last-ditch attack fail, and the silver sword she had given him shattered. The above of its broken blade flew towards her, pierced the damp earth by her head. The silvery sheen of the sword fragment blurred in her vision, then came back in focus. It was wet with Alphonse's blood. Thumb. Sound of her heart pounding drowned out all the other noises. It was a sensation that she was determined to never feel again, or rather, one that she felt but desperately tried to ignore. But she couldn't surrender herself to death just yet. Alphonse had sworn to her that he wouldn't allow himself to die, and he was doing everything possible to keep that promise. It was her turn to show that the same kind of courage that he has. She held out her hand, ignoring the pain running through it, and grasped a broken blade. She bent it closer to her unperturbed face and stretched out her tongue toward the blood dripping down its surface, and then she licked it. The instant blood touched her lips, her vision became awash in scarlet haze. She knew that she was taking a huge risk, and yet her heart was filled with a new, different resolve. It was a risk worth taking. You can be. Gerard glared at her, still clutching at his wounds with his left hand. She opened her mouth again to speak, her whole body shrouded in a faint crimson radiance. My name is Rosalia, she said. I am a descendant of a loathsome race of empress, and a true ancestor. As she introduced herself anew, she gave a polite courtesy. Evans watched the exchange from his low vantage point on the ground. It was not the first time he had heard the term true ancestor. He had recalled Rose mentioning it once before. She had said they were the legitimate descendants of the vampire race. In one hand, Rose had one of her pistols, in the other, the fractured end of the silver longsword she had given Alphonse. By licking the blood that it had been coated in, she had been able to return from the brink of death, just like Gerard had been able to rehabilitate himself by drinking Rose's blood before. The connection was clear, and unlike Gerard's gruesome action, Rose's blood drinking seemed more like some kind of holy ritual. Perhaps due to his inability to move or do anything more than lie and watch, Alphonse was able to process the situation quite sedatedly. But had been a vampire all along. He found himself somehow unalarmed by that bit of information and didn't question it. To us, not so calm. True ancestor? Impossible. The true ancestor was pretty ants in acknowledgement. Indeed, the true ancestor are no more. They chose to allow themselves to perish. They realized the truth, that if human blood was required for the race to continue to exist, then the right thing to do was to allow it to die. The lies such as that has no meaning. I am the very last true ancestor in existence, she spoke solemnly, expression dignified. I cannot forgive your kind. You, elder vampires, fled because you were unable to suppress your lust for blood. And then you brought shame on the name vampire by attacking innocent humans, all because of your own inability to resist your obscene desires. Spare me your lecturing, Gerard yelled, and then quickly thrust out the right hand which Rose had damaged. From it emerged another barrage of blood lances which shot toward Rose at a great speed. But the moment they were about to impale her body, she turned into red mist, generating a blast wave in the air instantly. Instantly she reappeared behind Gerard, both pistols in hand, and fired bullet after bullet into his body. Bullets emitting the same effulgent red aura as Rose struck him all over. Gerard was thrown forward by the impacts, which hit him with the force of shotgun shells. He touched and groaned on the body in agony. Satisfied that the vampire would be immobile for a time, Rose gorged down beside Alphonse. His eyes were open, watching, but he was unable to move. Rose gently caressed his cheek with her hand. Thank you, Al. Fixed into you, I know what I must do. I have a lot that I want to say to you, but for now it will have to wait. Alphonse turned his head towards her, and for a brief moment he saw the figure of the girl he had played with when he was a child. He finally realized the truth. Too exhausted to even open his mouth, he had to content himself with silently encouraging her in his own mind. Most of she could sense him doing so. Rose nodded, and then stood up again. She looked over at Gerard with the same solemn expression as before. His wounds had begun to close, but the time that it took for them to do so said everything. The power of a true ancestor was enough to be able to contend with him. Ah, foolish girl, what's wrong with drinking blood to survive? You would take lives of the others so that they can continue to exist too. How is that what we do any different? Or shook her head. It is completely different. Vampires have inhuman strength, can manipulate others to do what they desire. Spawn ghouls is a byproduct of what they do. Everything about our existence goes against the natural laws of the world. You're a violation of the will of the goddess. And that is why we should be confined to the realm of fairy tales. Rose was a vampire who hunted other vampires because of her own strong beliefs and ideals. A vampire who had resolved to deny her own race, to wipe them out, hoping that they would all be forgotten forever. Alphonse desperately tried to stay conscious, his eyes fixed on her. He finally understood the ideal that she strived for, and that the true nature of the solitude she carried. A solitude that not even those of her own race could possibly understand. You had had your way then. Grinding his teeth in anger, Gerard held out a hand before him, and from the palm formed a monster sword made out of jet black blood. The black cow that he wore also began to squirm and transform. Giant wings like those of a bat emerged from the quivering mass with the toss of his head. They unfurled, extending to either side of him. They flapped once, twice, then Gerard rose into the air. Suddenly, Luca fell to the ground unconscious. Gerard had released the charm he had on her to concentrate all of his energy into his next attack. Allow me to bring an end to your bloodline for good and return the name True Ancestor to ancient history where it belongs, he roared. It was true, Trembler's lord. Her navy coat, still bathed in scarlet light, became a bat-like wings as well. She had his gaze as she ascended to his level. It's time you gave up the name Elder Vampire. You do nothing but sigh it. Blade rounds, they confronted one another in midair, charged in energy crackling through the catacombs. Alphonse lay back, unable to do anything but observe. The next moment their shadows crossed at lightning speed. In an instant they had exchanged places in the air with a sunless Rose. The blade of Rose's temple sword, however, was nowhere to be seen. All that could be glimpsed here and there in the flickering torchlight was the glinting of wires stretched to their limit. Gerard was first to make a sound. The eyes ran across his body in a crisscross of faint stripes. As he laughed, the lines spread like cracks, slowly multiplying and widening, almost as if his body hadn't quite realized that it had been cut at all. The countless paths that formed the Templar's sword blade had passed through his body over and over in a single instant. Rose turned and with a snap of the wrist caused the wires connecting the blade paths to bend. The the metallic legs of interlocking metal, the parts that flew through the air and came together. The Templar sword was once again whole. "Farewell," said Rose. "I'm sure we'll meet again one day in hell." And the Templar sword returned to its complete form. The body of the vampire crumbled to the ground, feet first. Chapter 14, A New Dawn. When Alphonse awoke, he found himself in the center of the catacomb. No sound stirred the musty air. The first thing he saw was his eyes open was the gentle smile of Rose as she looked down at him. She was no longer surrounded by the crimson glow that he had witnessed earlier. She seemed to have healed him as well. He could hardly pretend to be back at full strength, but he was at the very least now capable of moving. Next to him lay Luca, fast asleep. She had no visible wounds, but she was clearly exhausted from all of the night's events. She had been through quite an ordeal after all. What happened to Gerard? Perhaps I lost consciousness around when he and Rose had clashed in the air, so he hadn't witnessed any of the aftermath. Rising shakily to his feet, he saw Rose indicate a point a short distance away by turning her head in the direction. I saw the body of Gerard, or at least part of it. Anything below his chest had vanished. Hell. His voice was weak, but somehow he was still alive. Looking at him, all ones couldn't but feel pity. Everything could survive in such a state. He didn't know, but it was a testament to the incredible power of the vampire race that he still drew breath. It was not a state he would last. Oops. He's beyond saving, Rose said with certainty. She slowly loaded the bullet into her pistol and pointed at Gerard's temple. It seemed as though she had deliberately waited until Alphonse awoke before finishing him off. But thought it is best to wait so that you could witness this yourself. Alphonse looked from the gun to Gerard. Oh, right. She gently began to squeeze her finger against the trigger. Gerard cast his eyes downward, a look of acceptance on his face, but before she could pull it completely, Alphonse stopped her. Looking at her with expression, she pulled out from his uniform the silver short sword she had already given to him. "Let me do it." "So you want to carry out your revenge yourself, do you?" Sneered Gerard in response. "What a fool you are, you have no reason to dirty your own hands. Why do you almost have to make such a big deal out of such trivial things? Just what makes it so easy to manipulate." "Silence," Rose said, raising her gun a second time. Alphonse shook his head at her and turned to Gerard. "I've always thought of you as a father. Maybe it was all a lie. Maybe you had ulterior motives for everything you did, but I still think of you like a parent even now. And I'm grateful for all that you did for me." A look of shock flashed across Gerard's face. It was appeared stunned as well. I've continued. "So I'm not doing this for revenge. I'm doing this so that I can move on and put all of this in the past and start a new life." Wie gesagt, diese ganzen Many-Kill-Lavages mache ich nicht nach. Alphonse looked down at the man creature, had feared for him, raised him, and who he had forward loved him. With egg in his heart, he swung the sword. Rose watched on in silence. The only sound that broke the still quiet of the underground was the steady thread of the goose against the slimy cobblestone. The girl rose and Alphonse struck back through the gloomy passage toward the surface with Rose leading the way. On Alphonse's back was Luca, still oblivious to the world. Whenever they came across the corpse of one of the innocents who had been turned into a ghoul, he had stopped, closed his eyes and prayed for them. Rose had told him that the church would be sending people to collect their bodies and give them a full burial later. The existence of vampires and ghouls was not to be made public, all of what had happened there would be buried. The world would never know the truth behind the vampire murders. They made their way through the torchlit channel and eventually reached the area near the entrance where natural light now shone through. All stopped so suddenly that Alphonse almost walked into it. "Oh, what's wrong?" he asked, readjusting Luca's position on his back. Rose hesitated. "There's actually one more thing I ought to tell you." She turned to him, looking early apologetic. The words were followed by another period of silence, as if she was having trouble mustering courage to tell the truth. Alphonse decided to say it for her. It is about how the person who died trying to help you was my father. My father? So you realized. Myself hadn't made the connection until she had discovered Gerard's true identity, but the two cases were so closely connected that she had eventually understood. It had been over a decade ago that Alphonse's father had coincidentally come to meet a vampire under a rose. He found out that she was pursuing vampires and even they had agreed to work together to the same end. Eventually, he had been put one step away from discovering the identity of the nearby vampire, in other words, his friend Gerard. But that was when Gerard had realized that he was in danger of being found out, and killed him before he had the chance to share his findings with her. But how did he know that was me? Of never knowing how many other vampire hunters may be out there after all. Evans gave her a sheepish smile. During the fight earlier, I finally remembered meeting you back then. Evans' father had always been worried about the possibility that his family might be armed because of his research. It was why he had come to ask Rose to watch over his child whenever he was investigating. It had taken so long to recall the girl who had played with him all those summers ago, but Evans had finally placed that familiar gentle smile. She nodded, admitting the truth to him. I was the one responsible for getting your father involved in this to begin with. I should have searched for the vampire by myself, and yet I wasn't able to refuse his offer. Despite that weakness, resulting in the death of him and his wife, I wasn't able to refuse your offer this time either. Was I been fighting a solitary battle against their own race for decades? It wasn't difficult to imagine her eventually hoping unconsciously that anyone would hold out a hand to help her. That was why, when Alphonse and his father had done just that, she couldn't bring herself to turn them down. I never intended to drink blood again, either. I didn't want to admit that I was a monster, just like him, and just like the other vampires. I grew weaker by the year as a result, but still I was determined not to do it. A look of disgust crossed her face. And again, I ended up breaking my own vow and drinking it regardless. Perhaps I'm not different from the rest of them after all. Evan knew that the solitude she had endured better than anyone else, so I replied with her with a smile. Oh, don't worry about it, I said. You did just save me, didn't you? That alone makes you different from other vampires. I'm sure my parents would be grateful for all that you've done. If not for you, I would have been killed, and if not for you, we wouldn't have been able to solve the murders here either. So thank you. Unable to reply in the face of his warm words, Rose turned away from him. For the first time, she felt as though she could accept herself. The thorns which had been constricting her heart receded as if melting away. Alphonse began walking in, and his eyes pointing straight ahead, tactfully avoiding looking at Rose's face while she stood still, her shoulders quivering. After that, neither of them said another word to the other as they made their way to the exit. Initial light peeking into the tunnel here and there gradually grew brighter, and eventually the gate came into view. Emerging entirely from the underground, they could see that the eerie red moon no longer hung in the sky. In its place was the sun, burning the morning haze away and bathing the city in dazzling bright sunlight. This is where I must take my leave, Rose said, giving Alphonse a slight bow. The vampire's presence gone from the city, but his mission was now over, and she had no reason to remain. Much as Alphonse wished she could stay any longer, he nodded, responding with a simple alright. Where do we go next, he asked. Well, shook her head. I don't know, she replied. When she went, she would no doubt be pursuing yet another vampire. There'd also be no doubt that she would find herself fighting against it in a battle to the death, too. It was a duty as a vampire and as a true ancestor. When you have done everything that you need to do, come back here. What? I had already walked a short distance ahead of him, but she turned around again at his words. I'll always be waiting here for you, he said. Owens had no idea how long it would take for her to fulfill her duty that she had sworn to see to the end. But it didn't matter. He wanted her to know that there would always be a place for her to return to. As long as that was the case, she would never be alone again. Thank you. Rose smiled, unable to conceal the happiness welling up within her. Owens returned a smile, and once more she turned, striding away into the brilliant sunlight. She didn't turn around again. Off his back, Luca had awoken and had been awake for some time. She couldn't help but feel the jealous at their exchange, but she had decided to feign being asleep so as to not interrupt their farewells. Thus the vampire murders that had terrorized the people of Heimdall's society came to an end. One the wiser as to the culprit or conclusion of the whole affair. The criminal net, the murders would simply stop, and the case itself would be doomed to be left unsolved for all eternity. No doubt the people of the city would one day forget that it had ever happened at all. Or they would live on as a kind of urban legend, no one believing such stories could possibly be true. But Alphonse would also remember what had happened. He would never forget the case where he had lost several people who were deeply important to him. He would also never forget that he had found someone else important to him doing it all. And he prayed that one day in the future she would be able to find peace, freed from the deep solitude and arduous duty that burdened her. Every dark night is followed by a bright new dawn, he murmured, so I'm sure that one day a new dawn will come to you too. I was still watching silently as Rose walked off into distance and vanished into the morning sun. The end! And we're done mit einer 3-stündigen Lesestunde. Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, aber ich habe eine sehr große Vermutung, welcher Charakter Rosalia ist, den wir noch später antreffen werden. Ich weiß nämlich nicht, ob es einmal wirklich direkt Call-out wurde oder vielleicht kommt davon ein Call-out in einer optionalen Cutscene, die ich nicht gesehen habe. Aber ich sag's mal so, wir werden noch einen Charakter antreffen, der eigentlich sehr gut auf die Beschreibung von Rose bzw. Rosalia nicht passt. Ja, wohl so halb, nicht ganz. Aber ich kann mir gut vorstellen, dass es auf jeden Fall da eine Verbindung gibt, definitiv. Weil es gibt auch so ein paar Aspekte, wo ich mir denke, ne, eigentlich sollte sie deswegen nicht Rose sein, aber sie können es trotzdem, aber vielleicht gibt es auch eine andere Connection. Aber ja. Ich mache jetzt nochmal eine kurze Pause. Und danach machen wir endlich weiter und gehen in den Final Dungeon. Der nämlich gleich auf uns zukommen wird. Bis gleich. So. Mit der nächsten großen Lesestunde nur hinter uns. Können wir nun endlich weitermachen. Wie schon vorgewarnt, wir gleich zum Final Dungeon aufkommen. Und das, was uns eigentlich sozusagen gerade story-eventlich nur davon aufhört, ist unser letztes Ticket zu verwenden. Und da würde ich sagen, wir nutzen das mal noch für... Einfach nochmal mit Fee, einfach damit der Fee garantieren, dass wir da den Bonding Point, also genug Bonding Points haben. Was machen wir mit ihr da? Wir haben mit ihr Blade gemacht, wir haben mit ihr... Was mit dem Garten gemacht. Wir können eigentlich das Tierhaus eigentlich machen. Green coffee. After meeting up, they used one of his tickets to enter the Eastern Tea House, Miyabi. This is relaxing. Give me a taste of the tea. Yeah, this is part of the spot to take a break from the rest of the festival. I really like the way the squeeze balance the bitterness of the tea, too. I'm getting kind of sleepy. I know what you mean. Being so calm here that I'm starting to feel a little sleepy myself. Are you serious? Joking. I can't believe you. I hate to interrupt by you sleeping together, but it's fortune time. Vivian, her twin sister Linda. Hello there. Could it be a little fee out on a date with her boyfriend? I didn't know you had a 10-year, but it looks like you caught yourself a good one. What's if you're the right kind of bait? Shut it. Come on, stop making fun of her, baby. What are we trying another fortune ring? It's a fortune telling? No time like the present. Now then, please choose what kind of fortune telling fortune you would like to draw. The fortunes are lucky related, ending as the things your futures in store. And mine are about relationships, and that's gonna set off your fireworks. But if he needs a fortune for that. Which should I draw? I mean, and this is my luck, we could about relationship. Oh no. There you go with that one. I've got to admit, I'm curious. Okay then. I'll take one too. Do us matter in paradise, or will this prove your everlasting love? Draw your fortunes and learn your fate. He and Fee both draw relationships routine. The one dear to you is attached to you as a cat would be. It will require a big heart to watch over someone so independent. There's already someone close to whom you can open your heart. The moment you realize this will herald the springtime of your life. Gee. Hey. It sounds like you. What? Mine sounds like it's referring to Faye too. Well, I feel like I can exit on you. You do? Yep. Kind of like the shaded bench in the courtyard. Weirder Vergleich. So, I'm a place to sleep? That's exactly what I expected you to say. But I don't know whether I should feel happy or disappointed. Huh. Oh, that's nothing. Maybe I should join you for an afternoon nap sometime? You're always welcome. More torment from maybe they tied their fortunes with all the others at the side of the room. After offering a prayer for good fortune together, they left the classroom. Und ja, es ist immer dann Fortune so ein bisschen mal angepasst auf den Charakter, mit dem man reingeht. Oh, the wrestling tired me out. It's way too busy for you to even think about napping here. I wasn't. We'll see you later. Just try not to fall asleep.
学院祭1日目は間もなく終了時間となります。来場者の皆様方、どうぞ明日もふるってご参加ください。準備がある学院生の皆さんはあんまり無理しすぎないようにしてくださいね。
So let's stay 1 hour already. Oh, that went by really quick. I should go meet up with everyone. The day drew to a close. Class gathered in the auditorium to give the instruments and costumes one final check. After they were satisfied, everything was ready for the big show. They returned to the dormitory together. That was so much fun. I wish you could have a festival every week. That might make things a bit too lively around here, but it'll be better than class and homework. Personally, I was surprised by the variety of different attractions. There was so much to take in. Yeah, the other classes have really put together some impressive events. We're going to have to make extra sure we measure up before our concert. Indeed, nothing less than our best will cut it tomorrow. The time has come. Huh? What's wrong, Reen? You look startled. Nothing, I think. I could swear I heard someone calling me just now. Must be my imagination. Huh. Oh, did you blow all those free tickets cuddling up with cuties in the Stellar Garden? Maybe one of them was all smitten, chasing after you like, Reem baby, here's my number. Call me anytime, today or all night. Girl. Yeah, I don't think it was that. Hey, what do you think about one last meeting after dinner tonight? We'll discuss the details of our third song a little more. Sounds good enough to me. Okay, let's roll. Ja, ich denke mal, das sagt schon alles, oder? Und der Birdie ist wieder da. Complete all quests, both extracurricular and during field studies. Nice. Sehr schön. Wir haben immer das nächste Achievement erreicht. Das heißt, keine Sidequests mehr von ihren. Finally. Wieder was abgehakt. Perfect. Yep, the final song fits in perfectly. I bet it'll be quite a surprise for our audience too. See, what did I tell you? Well, one doesn't typically attend concert expecting a deception. I never see this coming. As you know, I'm in a little unpredictability. After all the festival planning, I think people appreciate something that wasn't part of the program. Now that we got that settled, it all comes down to how much we can pump up the crowd. Well, we've done just about everything we can do. We'll just have to play our hearts out and let fate decide the rest. This is gonna be so much fun. Oh, is something wrong, Emma? Don't look so hard. You're not starting to feel sick, are you? No, I'm feeling fine. I was just thinking about the latest news I heard about Crossbell. Oh yeah, there's that rumor going around. You're talking about the one involving the International Bank of Crossbell, right? Apparently they've frozen access to all their foreign accounts. On top of that, you've got the bank's CEO, the Kanal, serving as one of Crossbell's 2 heads of state. He won the mayoral election a few months ago, but even in political office, he stayed on as a head of the IBC. I actually met him in person once. Oh, really? Yeah, not on my own though, as with my mother. The IBC is a long-standing business partner of the Rainford Company. They acted as an intermediary for the Oval Network and the Argus project, actually. But he never seemed like the kind of person who would do anything this extreme. If the IBC really has frozen the bank's international assets, it's going to cause chaos across the entire continent, not just in Erebonia. Could lead to a depression. A pretty big one, too. Some of my family assets have been hit by the IBC's freeze as well. Just don't get it. If they push their luck too hard with the Empire of the Republic, or the Republic, there won't be a Crossbell state for much longer. So either they're doing all this accepting that could happen, or they've got something else in mind. They definitely got something else in mind. With all this going on, our family's really going to be able to make it tomorrow. A lot of VIP parents in this class were supposed to show up, right? That's true, it might be rather difficult for them to make it. Given he's on the board of directors, I was expecting my dad to at least make an appearance, even if he couldn't stay. Yeah, I don't think my sister will have any trouble making it, but I'm not so sure about my dad now. Same situation here. My grandfather should be able to make it, no problem, but my mother? My only family member who will be visiting is my younger brother. Yeah, only my sister will be coming, so nothing to worry about there. Joseph Laura, we've both got family coming too, right? Right, but considering my father's current position, whether he makes it or not depends much or less on chance and circumstance. I can't really get answers to whether my brother will be able to make it. Ordinarily, he has a reasonable degree of freedom, but with all that's been going on, he's been quite a busy man. You can save yourself some chronic cat ringing, which has been informed that all of them will be able to make it. Instructor? Is it true? Sure is. They called the academy about it earlier today, in fact. The situation in Crossbell isn't so dire that it's going to have an immediate impact in the Imperial. We decided that the best thing to do is just attend as planned to show everyone it's still business as usual. That's certainly something. I'm actually a bit relieved to hear that. Anyway, never mind that. We've got our big day tomorrow, so I hope you're ready to tear it up on the stage. PS1 got the operetta they're doing, right? I snuck a peek at the rehearsal earlier, and the amount of effort they are putting into the whole production is almost scary. Wait. They're rehearsing today too? It looks like they went straight to the principal to ask for permission and made a special exception for them. I figured I'd just coast along on their family pedigrees, but they're putting their hearts and souls into this. I really guess that you must really lit a fire under them. What should we do? We should have one more rehearsal, just in case. We've put in plenty of time. We're as good as we're gonna be for this performance. Any more rehearsing would just be redundant. So you're right. Rip ourselves into a panic and just rehearse until we drop, we might actually be more likely to screw up. You make a good point. Of course, getting a good rest before a big match makes a huge difference. difference. Guess it may be best to simply rest for the night then. We'd have a bit of our strength tomorrow. Yep. We've done all the work we can. I'm sure a good wind will blow on us. Impressed, you guys are a lot calmer than I thought you'd be. But I was all ready to lecture you if you're seriously so interested in rehearsing at this time of night. Our instructor? He wouldn't have even thought to do it if you hadn't come bringing in here trying to scare us by telling us about Class 1. She's just talking cause she feels left out. That's a little lie, and you know it. It's not. Hey, what's that sound? Why are they ringing the bells late? Hold up. It's not a school spell. Can't remember hearing one like that around here before. I mention it. It did sound different from the bell we normally hear. Wait. No, it couldn't be. This is like the bell we heard in Lohengrin Castle, isn't it? It is the same sound, I'm sure of it. It's impossible and yet. What's going on, you guys? Lohengrin is that old castle in Ekram, isn't it? Yeah, and the one you told us that ghost story about. It seems like things just took a turn for the strange. I have a feeling I know where the lonesome bell is tolling from. Come with me if you're curious. Yeah, I didn't figure it would be the main building's bell. Wait, that would mean... Huh. I knew it. Let's go take a closer look. What's going on? Are they off at this hour, and where is the bell tolling coming from? Ich gerade wieder da ein lustiges Detail gesehen habe in Hindsight, wo ich mir schon wieder denke. Ah, okay, ja, macht Sinn. Macht Sinn, warum das genau gerade da hier ist, ja.
これって一体
結界、何らかの力場みたいなものか。
いやー、これはまた尋常じゃない雰囲気ですね。大抵ゆかりの士官学校。旧校舎だけはそれ以前からこの地にあったという話ですが。
学院長、先輩たちも。
レン君たち？
おお、サラ教官も
来たか。
状況は？
先ほど鐘が鳴り始めた直後、すぐこの状況になったそうじゃ。複数の学生が証言している。
なんだか透明な壁に包まれているみたいで。
工具のハンマーで叩いても衝撃が吸収される感じですね。
それは
物理的な衝撃を相殺するようなフィールド。
不可解な場所とは思ったが、ここまでだったとは。
とりあえず母ちゃんにぶちかましてもらう？
やめておけ。
古城の時と同じオチだろう。
ああ、青白く不可解な力で封じられた障壁。
うん。
全教官を招集。これより緊急会議を開く。最悪の事態を想定して備える必要があるじゃろう。
はい。
そうなっちゃいますか。
トワ君、明日の学院祭だが中止の方向で進めておきなさい。ジョルジュ君はこの場所の監視機器を揃えてもらいたい。
はい。
了解しました。
待ってください。まさか学院祭を中止にするつもりですか？
仕方ないわ、この状況じゃ。こんな異常事態、夜が明けても続いたりしたらとても来場客は入れられない。
周囲にどんな被害があるかもわからない状況だし、学院、トリスタにも避難指示を出す必要があるかも。
そんな。
そうなっちまうか。
危機管理の観点からすれば当然かもしれませんが。
この1ヶ月、俺たち、それに他のクラスも学院祭に全てをかけてきました。単なる意地の張り合いだったり、身内への見栄もあるかもしれません。みんなで一緒に何かを成し遂げるのが単純に楽しかったのもあります。
リーンさん。リー
ン。だけどそれだけじゃない。俺たちがここにいた証、それが残せるかどうかなんです。勝ってもいい、負けてもいい、大成功でも大失敗でもいい。これまで教官や先輩たちに導かれお互い切磋琢磨してきた全てを込めるためにも、どうか俺たちに明日をつかませてもらえませんか？
僕からもお願いします。
自分からもお願いする。
できる悪あがきなど知れてはいるだろうが、
それでも可能性がゼロでない限り最後まで諦めたくはありません。
同感。いっぱい練習したし。
僕もこれで終わりは嫌だよ。
もとよりこの建物の調査は我らの役目でもありましたゆえ、
今回の異常事態についても私たちが調べるのが筋でしょう。
あんたたち。
Natürlich sind sie das.
本気みたいだね。
やれやれ。聞いてるこっちが気恥ずかしくなってくるぜ。
意気込みはともかくこの障壁をどうするかですが。おや、腰のところどうしたんですか？
これはアークスのフォルダ？どうしてこんな。
それって。
これは。僕たちも？
どうなっているんだ？
結界の光と同じ。
それにこれはあの時の感覚と同じ。
アークスの戦術リンクで俺たち全員がつながった時か。
感じは似てる。
はは、俺もかよ。
なんかすごいね。
時は来た。
リンさん。
大丈夫？
これは旧校舎そのものと共鳴し合っているのか。
ええ、間違いないと思います。
Das heißt, wir sind die Einzigen, die durchsterben.
そして俺たち7組メンバーなら旧校舎の中に入ることができる。
参ったわね。学院長、すみません。どうやら育て方を間違えてしまったみたいです。
Ja gut, ja. Ja, schon ein bisschen.
お主はこの上なくよくやってくれたと思うぞ。それにどのように育つか選ぶのもまた若者たちじゃろう。現在1940、2400までの探索を許可しよう。それ以上はさすがに明日に触りがあろうからな。
それでは
君たちの証を残すため、やれるだけやってきなさい。多少の無茶なら許可するわ。
それと一応エイドスの加護を。無理をせず引くというのも勇気のうちだと思いますよ。
サラ教官、それにトマス教官も。
So, der Slide not von wegen, wir haben dann auch gleich die Möglichkeit, auch rauszugehen und sowas. Wir werden nämlich gerade auch gleich nochmal eine Prep-Phase kriegen.
了解。
承知しました。
みんなくれぐれも気をつけて。私たちもできる限りバックアップするから。
技術棟も開けておくから整備が必要なら来るといい。それと売店や食堂も閉めないように頼んでおくよ。
会長、先輩、
よろしく頼んだぜ。
それじゃあ行ってきます。
So, the schoolhouse was completely nowhere yesterday. What happened? The currents of wind here feel strange. Somehow a lot like they did in Low and Crossbell, actually. Indeed, I can sense a welling up of spiritual energy too. I think it was that castle you guys got trapped in when you visited Lakeland, right? It was, though this doesn't seem quite the same as the phenomenon we encountered there. I'm scared. There aren't gonna be any ghosts jumping out at us, are there? Something's different in here too. Elevator hall? Oh, might as well go take a look. Look, the elevator is glowing of the same light. Looks like it's trying to guide us. There's something different about the console too. Jupp, die 7. Ebene ist aufgetaucht. Für Class 7. So there is the 7th floor. I know the 6th floor couldn't possibly be the last. I guess that the 7th floor holds the key to answering all the questions we have about this place. Well, shall we see what lies beyond? Right. Then find out what dark terrors await us down there.
なんだこれは。
光る歯車。今までの階層もかなり非常識な感じだったけど。
第6高速までの解除を確認。機動車候補の来訪を感知。時は至れる。これより第2の試しを執行する。
地下第4層。あの赤い扉と同じってか？
思わせぶりな仕掛けとは思ったけど。
第6高速。それに第2の試し。高速というのはこれまでの階層のことか。
機動車候補って僕たちのこと？
わからぬが、これだけは確かなようだな。今宵我らが導かれるべくしてここに導かれたのだと。
ああ。
リー、大丈夫なの？
リンさん、胸のあざがうずくんですね。
ああ、そうだけど、でもどうして？
ちょっとしたおまじないです。ですが、どうやらこの先は尋常ではない場所のようです。リーンさんも含めて皆さん覚悟はできていますか？エマ。
どうやら何かを知っていそうな口ぶりだが。
セリーヌもいつの間にかついてきてるし。
俺たちはみんな7組があるからここまで来られた。お互いがお互いを認めて成長し、それぞれの道を目指せるような、そんな強さを少しは手に入れられたんじゃないかと思う。
リーンさん。
そうね。
まさか入学した当時皆とここまでの絆を育めるとは思ってもいなかったが。
ラウラ、直球すぎ。
そこの男を認めた覚えはないんだがな。
それは僕のセリフだ。
Natürlich müssen die zwei wieder.
こういうやりとりも含めて俺たち7組ということだろ
う。いいなあ。
Du brauchst nicht drauf sein, du bist ein paar davon, sonst wärst du nicht hier.
Ja, ja. すれたお兄さんには眩しすぎるくらいだぜ。
Aber ich sag mal so, wir werden geistigen Crow ist hier gerade ein bisschen noch ein Special Case.
ミリアムもクロウも同じさ。それに委員長もこれだけは自信を持って言えるんじゃないか。俺たち7組が最高のクラスだって。
確かにおよそクラス分けには縁がなかった私ですけど、7組が最高であるのは自信を持って言えると思います。
だったら行こう。この先に俺たちのクラスが最高だと俺たち自身に証明するために、この異変を食い止めて明日を引き寄せるために。
リンさん、わかりました。もうとやかく言いません。行きましょう。私たちの明日をつかむために。
ああ。
Ja, das sieht mal komplett anders aus als der Rest des Schulgebäudes, oder?
覚悟はしていたが、ここまでとは。
だが腹をくくるしかあるまい。
ええ、もちろん。ディーン、せっかくだからいつものをやってくれない？
いつものってあれか。
それはいいな。
作戦開始の号令は大事。
そうだね。これも僕たちの特別実習みたいなもんだし。
よっ、我らがリーダー。噛むんじゃないぞ。
Ich finde schon, wie die Gruppe zusammengewachsen ist.
まったくプレッシャーをかけないでくれ。トールス士官学院7組総員、旧校舎の異変を食い止めるべくこれより第7層の探索を開始する。各自全力を尽くしてくれ。はい。
So, Venus S-Craft, Flame Slash, Strengthened to Echo Flame Slash. So, das wir Ammo mitnehmen. Ammo kann man mitnehmen, gerne. Ich nehme auf jeden Fall aber Vieh mit. Ich nehme mir euch zwei mit. Laser, weil es eigentlich wirklich sehr viel CP-Support hat. So, was wir aber als allererstes mal machen werden. Wir haben jetzt noch ein paar Rap-Work. Als allererstes. Holen wir jetzt noch ein paar Quartz. Nee, falsche Richtung. Also ich glaube, ich muss diese eine Sache vorher machen, bevor ich das trigger. Ja, okay. Dann gucken wir dann hier gleich nochmal vorbei. So. Dann machen wir erstmal zu dir. Yeah, my cooking has improved by leaps and bounds thanks to your efforts. Some of the upper class students were even asking for seconds once they had finished. The shock looked on their faces when I told them I was the one who made it, filled them with a twisted satisfaction. I feel the same. I'm glad I could help you make the moment happen, even for my boyfriend was pretty minimal. I don't mean so modest as well, thanks to you, Irene. And thanks for you taking the time to bring me all so many different unique dishes. And for that, I'm ready to have this. This looks really edible. Sure you want me to have it? Of course I am. Hopefully you find it helpful. To be perfectly honest, you helped me so much that nothing I could offer would serve as a proper repayment. But you have my eternal gratitude and my best wishes from you on. Thank you. Dann wird immer noch Seraph. Dann Lower Class Dorms. Oh, is that Redmond Rose? You know his books? Of course, it's a sweeping novel about a legendary creature known as vampires, published by the chapter. Though, for reasons known, right as the book was completed, printing came to an untimely halt, making complete collections very rare. And with any collectible, a small number of enthusiasts sought to obtain the full run of the book's printing. Also, every last person who completed the collection met their end, and in ways far too gruesome to even speak of. You can't be serious. It's something more than a rumor. Perhaps it will be perfectly safe as you continue to collecting, or perhaps not. This book seems rather unusual. So like that creeped me out. Not even in my darkest dreams did I mention that he would end up collecting the entire run. Some fellow fans might even kill to be in your shoes. Yeah, she's not even hiding how much she wants these. Maybe she'll send them over. You want them? Oh, I never expected that you would offer. Did my story treat you so much that even the sight of them gives you shivers? No, that's not it. Each Foster should belong to somebody who actually wanted them. Thank you. It would be my pleasure to take them off your hands. It could hardly be fair to accept something so precious without offering you anything in return. I know, perhaps this will suffice. Here. Wir kriegen so auch nochmal Simoleon, or what is it? I stumbled upon it by building up my collection of peculiar objects. I'm not able to do anything with it, so I gotta say you. Right, thanks. Suppose we should be leaving it? Good. Dann. So, dann haben wir dich, dann haben wir dich. Wie viele Human Materials haben wir gerade? Das muss ich gerade mal gucken. Das können wir noch exchangen, ja. Das brauchen wir nicht gleich noch. So. Ich kriege einen Schad für 75. Boah, nee. Lieber nutze ich mir das, um dann hier nochmal irgendwas zu verbessern oder zu craften. Gut. Ich meine, wir können auch New Materials craften, wenn wir uns die Pom-Poms-Dinger holen, aber wir haben nicht so viele shining Pom-Pom-Items, um genug New Material Level zu kriegen. Außerdem wird mir da jetzt auf einmal so schnell ein Level explodieren. Nein. So. Ist jetzt der Charakter hier oben, den ich suchen wollte. Oh, was? Das heißt Corridor. Ich hätte einfach den richtigen Corridor gehen sollen. Let's go southeast. West corridor, southeast room. Ich glaube, es müsste East Corridor sein. So. Es große weiter Rockers sein. Oh, it's Margarita. What's up to Margarita? Did Chivalry send not tip you? I'm in the middle of cooking up some delicious treats for tomorrow. In the most sheepish of darlings, so we head over heels and off at the moment these touched her lips. No man alive could resist my feminine wiles once they had their taste of Margarita's love sweet. I guess she ever doesn't know or doesn't care about what's happening to old schoolers. But they do say love is blind. They're just off somehow. Delicious as is, but I feel as if they need a special twist. What a incredible idea to make them even more delectable. Perhaps looking at a variety of recipes would help me realize just what they need. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Would you mind showing me that recipe book of yours? Oh, you mean this? Yes, I do! I tore the recipe book from your hands. Oh! Incredible. I've never seen a recipe book this full. Ah! Are you okay? I'm okay. I figured it out. I know that my treats were missing. All I need to do is take these ideas, mix them all up with my overflowing libido, and throw it into the cooking board. Leave your libido out of this place. I need on it. My latest greatest confectionery achievement is here. Effectively sweet, but cut by a slap of bitterness. Took some work, but I finally done it. My miracle love sweets are now complete. Oh, the smell. What the hell did you put in these things? I'm able to finish them, at least. And so, thanks to this price review hook. Out of your little taste and thanks, but there are many, and the footage has been so too. You just have to be patient and wait until next time. I've been handed a stay of execution. How right is instead? Weil it in comparison to my one for trees, it will suffice. Mastercourse ist immer noch besser als das, was du gekocht hast. Is this a Mastercourse? Where did you even get something like this? My father gave it to me when I returned home from Salma. He saw it when he was out antique shopping and snapped it up with the second floor. It's quite a enigma apparently. No one even knows where it was made. Oh, it's pretty fascinating. Regardless of its origins, this Mastercourse holds a great deal of power. Could be a resource to us. In Cascade, we should take it up on the other. Ich weiß gerade gar nicht, was macht denn der Mage ist. Achso, kann ich eigentlich euch mal noch. Also kann ich gerade nicht, weil ich euch gerade nicht aktiv war. Ja, mach dann. Gut. Im Moment hatten wir das. Magis gucken wir uns dann gleich an, weil ich werde gleich noch mal ein Team-Combat bauen. Dafür brauchen wir aber nur noch erstmal die aktuellsten Waffen. Ganz genau. Und das wird ein bisschen expensive werden. Ich wundere, dass ich die sogar gar nicht alle habe. Ich will nicht mein ganzes Cimmerin-Stuff wegballern, by the way. haben wir schon. Gut. Dann gucken wir, was haben wir denn hier? Seid ihr besser als die General sagen? Ein bisschen mehr Death ist mir aber in dem Fall erstmal egal. Dieser kleine Stat Increase ist mir gerade auch egal. Okay. I was saying, is that a chunk of submarine you've got there? Is that what I think it's called? Oh man, it really is! It sounds basically super hard metal from a long time ago. I'll be able to modify your weapon into something insanely strong with one of them. As in, think of the strongest weapon you've ever used and then think stronger. Really? Even one weapon that's strong would be incredibly helpful, but... if this was an ancient metal, I'm sure you can use it. No, that's right, this one's famous old scientist figured out how to refine him not too long ago. I've read everything he's published on the subject, so it should be golden. If you've got the materials, I've got the equipment to make the magic happen. And if you only have fragments, I can put them to use once you've collected enough. He works his magic yet again. Try to remain you will in exploring your schoolhouse. You go through the usual customization process once you're all ready. Just think carefully before you commit. You're not gonna find those stones like these every day. Oh, we're counting on you to make these weapons great. Speaking of weapons. Ja, nee, ich habe nichts Besseres. Ich weiß schon, welche zwei ich die mache. Customize. Ich brauche noch eine Ohrshard. Damit kann ich 3 machen. Ich brauche noch einen Strider. Okay, dann holen wir uns noch einen Short. Also einen Short holen wir uns noch. Und einen Strider müssen wir noch kaufen. Ja, ich würde die Viehwaffe auf jeden Fall. Da. Dann wen geben wir da noch die dritte Waffe? Eine kriegt Rien, eine kriegt Vieh. Ich weiß gar nicht, wo die anderen 2 Warshards herkommen. Customize. Dann haben wir Bakuya. Dann... Realenti. Also wait, das wäre nur, wenn ich die upgraden wollen würde. Ach, ich bin dumm. Komm, nehmen wir Grumbringer. Orbment. Nee, nicht Orbment. Equip. Ah ja, nee, okay, die war heiß. Ich habe die Garnbringer dafür benommen. Ja, passt. Ich bin gerade selber confused. Ich bin erstmal beim Denken, wen ich wie nutze. So, die Abnormalities will ich bei ihm behalten, definitiv. Ich nehme mal seinen Dragon Vision raus, wenn man diesmal was sinnvoller ist. Black wäre ansonsten passt, das passt. Du bleibst auf Felger. Jetzt also, was ich sage, das wäre jetzt noch sehr geil, aber ja. Einfach mehr Strength wäre Yokai Jam ganz cool. So, dann gucken wir uns mal Mages an. Alles damage up is HP drop. Maybe. Events are erased. Ich glaube, ich gebe immer Pandora rein. Was denn du? Du hast jetzt Silver Thorn, Screen Breast, Hydro Cannon, Shining, Glam Solar Ring. Ja, komm. Vermillion. Definitiv den Master. Using here just in case. Killing. Penetrable defense. Color gem. Dann machen wir es so, dann kriegst du noch ein Seals Jam. Kriegst du Katze? Du kriegst Invigorate. Materia rein. Was kriegen wir noch? Jonah. Mirror. Sie wird einfach so richtig einfach nur Support gerade. Sie ist halt an CP, Buffen, einfach komplett Support. Also 4 CP-Stuff schon hat von ihrem Crafts her und dann passt das und mit Katze überlebt sie halt ein bisschen länger. Dann können wir dem noch Cypher Rider aushelfen. Blackstraße. Was geben wir dir denn noch? Nightmare. Ja, aber da wird so ein Debuffer. Wie viel es bringen oder nur, ich das auch drauf habe, aber ja, mal gucken. Ansonsten. Fortuna und Fortuna zu haben und den Rick zu haben wäre nochmal ganz nice. Wir sind mit davor oder so. Gibt es einfach komplett Criminal? Ich finde den Randomizer-Effekt relativ lustig, aber... Ach komm. Machen wir mit ihr Wildcard. Why not? Ich hole den Cast noch mit und so. Ja, diesmal sind so richtig unoptimal eigentlich, aber ja, wie ich hab halt Main Damage Dealer, der ballert. Dodge Tank. Main Physical. Du nervst einfach die Gegner mit deinen ganzen Debuffs. Wenn du debuffen kannst. Du bist halt einfach Allrounder technisch unterwegs. Und sie ist halt Full Support. Ich werde auch Crow mit ihm. Ich nehme es einfach nur mit, um sie mitzunehmen. Ich werde mit denen auch jetzt nicht aktiv fighten. Also ich scheiße auf die Dinger, weil ich halt mit einem optimierten Team halt hier reingehen und ballern. Und ein optimierten Team heißt dann aber theoretisch auch. Das ist die 2 Verbände. Stehen wir uns immer ready. So. Achso, nur wir können sozusagen theoretisch erstmal den Dungeons richtig anfangen. So. Ach, Ammo müssen wir auch mitnehmen, was sehr interessant ist. Ja, ein Casual Close, die haben. So. Also ich darf wahrscheinlich gleich meine Tactics nochmal neu basteln. Yep, das hat sich gespeichert. Sehr schön. So, meine Quicks sind aber noch nicht ganz fertig. Aber dann... Ich muss schon mal machen. Fast. Ja, mal das so. Oder kann man das gleich manchmal sagen?
そのリンさん、
今はいいさ。とにかく先に進もう。
はい。
Gut. So, Section A. Okay. Ich versuche gerade mal ein bisschen verstehen, wo die. Ja. Wie viel ist gerade?
Ah, 立派な宝箱です。
Leiter Boots, das sind die Girl Boots. Kann man irgendwann echt gut gebrauchen. Ja, du hast mir gerade nicht gut. Okay.
恐れるからぬ。
燃え盛れ。
あ、任せて。行きます。
任せるがよい。我が剣にかけて悪は許さぬ。
Sehr gut. Aber ist dann durch. Ah ja, okay, wir haben jetzt Miriam zum Leveln und Rachi zum Leveln.
任せてくれ。
行きます。あ、
任せるがよい。
Ich werde auch noch unter U zu übergehen. Schauen wir mal ein Bild. Ach, hinter uns. Ich auch ein paar Mal von hier mitnehmen.
なんだろう。危険度大。注意してかかろう。
2の方、早手。チャンスだ。
続きます。あ、任せて。任せて。やっ。はい。はあ。
マイル。
Gyroscope, Gyroscope, Gyroscope. Warum was denn? So, noch der Big Shining Bomb, ne?
Ha! 私の番だな。逃さぬ。
Mal gucken, wie viel Damage das macht. Gut.
あ、任せて。 始。
参る。
そなたに感謝を。
大丈夫ですか？お返し。行こっか。
行くぞ。
And actually, hard to kill.
今だ。
続きます。任せるがよい。崩したぞ。
もらい。
行きます。
参る。
Chill.
よし、これで大丈夫だ。
Okay, gib mir aber auch.
よし、掴んだ。
なかなかの出来ですね。やったね。
うん、悪くない。
うん、いい感じに。
おうしどん
やったね。
Negative Rest. Sehr schön. Ja, ich glaube, ich soll vielleicht ein paar 1, 2 oder so davon mal ein bisschen nutzen. Guck, dass ich nur nicht wieder Übersicht verliere bei dem Teleporter-Dungeon.
こちらの先生、押し切ろう。まか。
行くぞ。
私の番だな。はい。
行こっか。
行くぞ。
任せるがよい。はい。
行こっか。チャンス。
付き合い。
俺の番だ。
あ、戦闘終了。先に行こっか。
Die einzelnen Monster hier geben noch nicht so viel XP. Na gut, diese Maß brauche ich nicht mehr. Komm, bonken mir noch einen Drachen.
強敵です。どうか気をつけて。あ、任せて。ほいっと。
行くぞ。いや。
行きます。アークス駆動。
行くぞ。
Zero Arts mit ihr? Nö. Ich denke mal nicht.
逃さぬ。
行くぞ。
私の番だね。チャンス。
付き合い。
先を急ぎましょうか。
Ich kann hier random Simurian Ore Shards drin finden, dein Ernst? Kann es da sein, dass daher die 2 Simurian Ore Shards herkommt, die ich noch übrig hatte? I mean, wenn ja, fair, okay.
この好機逃さぬ。
行こっか。
俺の番だな。よし、これで大丈夫だ。
Ja, die Gegner geben mir fast kaum XP. Solange es keine neuen Uniques sind, werde ich das nicht probieren. Wo bin ich jetzt gelandet? Soll ich mir eine... Ah, okay. Den... Hier weiter. Stehen wir hier.
任せてくれ。
私の番ですね。
任せるがよい。
宝箱発見。
Zentrum Radar Dress. So.
任せてくれ。
私の番ですね。
任せるがよい。
参る。
はい。任せて。
Rüber.
行こっか。
私の番だな。
お宝見っけ。
Dich müssen wir aber noch aufhalten.
こちらの先生、押し切ろう。私の番だね。
Weil dich haben wir nämlich nicht geballescoped.
Ja.
俺の番だな。2の方。
任せるがよい。さて、先に進むとしようか。
あ、立派な宝箱です。
Ja, ich will das alte mal sagen. Ja.
さあ、かかってこい。
あ、任せて。ほいっと。
俺の番だな。せいや。
行きます。
アークス、駆動、行くぞ。 逃さぬ。せいや後期みんな一斉にかかるがよい。
やあ、了解しました。はっ
た
えいや先を急ぎましょうか。
Ja. Immer macht extrem viel Damage.
V だね。
さあかかってこい。
あ、任せて。
参る。戦闘終了。先に
Aber braucht sie dementsprechend auch gerade viel EP. Stütze das nochmal ganz aus, dass es ja gerade noch in der Nähe ist. Also ich werde, glaube ich, erstmal bei den Lower Tier Spells bleiben. Weil die auch so schon viel Damage machen gerade.
背後を取られた。
たまにはいいとこ見せねえとな。
うん、悪くない。
敵集団捕捉。
行くぞ。
状況開始。
ニーノ
行こっか。私の番ですね。
私の番だな。
参る。た
それ。
Ja, die Müll sei
こ
freistehen
れで
aus.
一安心ですね。なかなかの出来ですね。へん。
Nicht dumm. Soll auf den Schalter drücken.
さあかかってこ。俺の番だな。
私の番だね。
任せるがよい。我が剣にかけて悪は許さぬ。
おうし、どんどん。
Was ist mitnehmen wollen? EP Charge, okay. Good. Next area.
分かってる。くれぐれも気をつけるから。
うすうす気づいていたけど、委員長セリーヌと喋れるのか。
Du hast aber bald sehen, warum. Ich sag mal so, Rena hat vielleicht bald ein bisschen Alone-Time mitzulegen. Gut.
参る。
私の番ですね。あ、任せて。せい。
Ich sollte eigentlich alles haben für die Damage Types. Die Shadows sind gerade halt nach Damage Type halt. Man muss halt hier einen richtigen Rank haben für Damage Type. Bitte mal rappen. Seems like we're dealing with some sort of mechanism that reacts to the type of weapon used to strike it. Imagine attacking it with a weapon of the same type as the symbol depicted on its surface will activate it. On the other hand, weapons that simply discharge energy, like my staff, probably won't have any effect. Sure know a lot about this stuff. Looks like we have to engage in some fortress smashing in order to make our way through here. At least, if we run into any other mechanism like this, we can try triggering them the same way. Yeah. Yep.
任せるがよい。
任せてくれ。せい。
はい。じゃあ行こっか。
Oder die einfach beide so viel. Okay. Gehen wir es mir so.
せっこちらの先生、押し切ろう。あ、任せて。
Butterscope. Lemons. Zeig mal, wie ihr so drauf habt.
俺の番だな。
Nicht viel.
2の方、早手。
はい。私の番だな。その程度か。
Ich muss eigentlich nur Brilliant Spin to win gerade.
いい感じ。
任せるがよい。
やばいのがいるな。気をつけろ。
危険度大。注意してかかろう。
Den kann ich gar nicht knockbacken.
あ、任せて。
私の番だな。後期
もらい。
はい。
敵ユニットの抵抗を解析。解析完了です。
行くぞ。
I see.
私の番だね。ほいっと。
参る。
この程度。は
すみません。皆さん。
いや。
あ、任せて。
俺の番だな。2の。
私の番だね。
参る。
甘いよ。私の番だね。
Was bin ich überhaupt was bei Ihnen? Neutral.
あ、任せて。
行くぞ。アークス。
甘いよ。あ、任せて。
俺の番だな。あ、
行こっか。
俺の番だな。すまないみんな。
私の番。行こっか。甘いよ。行こっか。甘いよ。私の番だ。甘いよ。私行こっか。甘いよ。私甘いよ。行こっ。私の甘いよ。私の甘いよ。戦闘終了。先に行こっか。
Gut, gehen wir mal kurz mal heilen. Sterben.
チャンスだ。畳みかけるぞ。
任せて。
参る。この手で道を切り開く。
Stimmt jetzt. Ja, ich bin schon dumm.
立派な宝箱です。
この好機逃さぬ。
あ、任せて。
俺の番だな。ニーノク、チャンスだ。
続きます。私の番ですね。
敵ユニ任せるがよい。好機
もらい。私の番だね。崩れた。
付き合い。
俺の番だな。チャンスだ。
続きます。行くぞ。崩したぞ。
もらい。
ただね。
あ、
行きます。
行くぞ。
任せる。その程度か。精進するがよい。
敵発見。撃破する。参る。さあ一気に行くぞ。
了解しました。
行くよ。
すまない。
みんな。
行こっか。
Disgusting.
任せるがよい。
甘いよ。あ、任せて。あ、甘いよ。
私好機
もらい。行こっか。甘いよ。私の番。
行くぞ。
あ、任せて。
行くぞ。さて先に進むとしようか。
任せてくれ。
はい、私の番だね。はっ、
Aber diese Golems sind ja echt nervig. Ja, nochmal ganz kurz, ich will auch nochmal das einiges noch scannen. Achso, ist auch einfach nicht nochmal aufgetaucht.
マイル。
危険度大。私の番ですね。どうか気をつけて。
私の番だな。任せてくれ。
私の番ですね。行こっか。
私の番だな。はい。
ここが勝機ですね。あ、任せて。
Spell Scroll。
マイル。
行く。私の番だ。
俺の番。
行くぞ。行きます。先を急ぎましょうか。やった。
行くぞ。
Ist das Shining und Pomni jetzt gelandet? Egal. Wenn ich nicht finde, dann finde ich nicht. Jetzt bin ich doch so einen anderen Schneider relativ rennen.
Mai!
行くぞ。その程度か。うん、悪くない。
Ein bisschen zu silly dafür.
なんとか切り抜けましょう。行こっか。
マイル。
はい。
私の番だな。
私の番だね。
俺の番だな。
行こっ。クリア。
Hören haben wir noch nicht. Okay. Ist aber wahrscheinlich komplett anders genannt, der Shining Bomb.
行きます。あ、
私の
任せて。
So, ich glaube, es ist ausgeschmissen, nur ja, reingegangen sind. Gehen wir direkt in die andere Seite an.
この好機逃さぬ。
行こっか。
俺の番だ。
はい。行くぞ。その程度か。
なかなかの出来です。
行くぞ。
はい。任せるがよい。危険度大。行きます。どうか気をつけて。任せるがよい。
参る。
私の番ですね。私の番だね。
行くぞ。
行くぞ。
私の番ですね。私の番だね。
Ah, hier ist der Shining Pond gelandet. Ja, okay, guck mal, dass ich nicht gesehen habe.
Ah, 任せて。
見切った。
あ、任せて。崩れた。
付き合い。
Wo ist welche Punkte?
我が剣に集え。
私の番ですね。
Warum seid ihr nicht gelingt?
Shirokiやチャンスです。皆さんよろしくお願いします。
任せるがよい。見切った。
行こっか。崩れた。
付き合い。任せるがよい。
俺の番。チャンスだ。
続きます。あ、チャンス。
付き合い。
はい。あ、崩れた。
付き合い。
Die geben mir immer noch so viel XP, Jesus.
いるわけないね。
Und ich bin schon dabei, ein paar Sachen in Sachen zu maxen.
なかなかの出来ですね。やったね。
精進あるのみだ。
うん、いい感じね。
おうし、どん。
えへん。
Oder mal, nach der nächsten.
あら、
相手にとって不足はない。
行くぞ。
そびえ立て。大い
Hat er Barry schon gesehen?
Lord 静かに眠ってください。行くよ。
行くぞ。チャンスだ。
続きます。
甘い。行くぞ。
行こっか。崩れた。そんじゃ一気に決めよう。任せてください。よっ、はい、たや
行くぞ。
あ、行きます。
マイル、チャンスだ。
続きます。私の崩れた。付き合い。
行くぞ。その程度か。精進するがよい。
Ich müsste das ein paar Mal machen, damit ich noch die letzten 2 da vollgelevelt kriege. Bin ich schon gut, noch Red Million fertig zu kriegen.
よし、やったぞ。
V だね。
Ich werde noch am zum Ende so Shining Bombs auf jeden Fall dafür fahren.
やったぜ。
えへん。
行くぞ。
行くぞ。
行きます。私の番だね。
行くぞ。難敵だな。
私の番ですね。
心して私の番だ。
任せてくれ。
行きます。行こっか。
So.
スイッチ。
Bonk.
私の番だ。
任せてくれ。
私の番ですね。私の番だね。
私の番だ。
任せてくれ。
Rausrennen.
私の番ですね。私の番だね。
任せるがよい。
任せてくれ。
はい。私の番だね。お宝見っけ。
Come on, Rider. Und hier werden wir auch wieder kurz, also das heißt kurz eine etwas längere Pause machen. Aber, beziehungsweise ich werde auch den Stream beenden. Aber, ich werde den Stream später dann nochmal weitermachen. Denn ich werde auf jeden Fall das Finale heute durchziehen. Das heißt, ich mache jetzt mal eine etwas längere Pause, vor allem halt fürs Abendessen und so. Ich würde generell noch was essen. Und nach dem Essen machen wir weiter. Und dann ballern wir wirklich das Finale durch. Wir sind echt kurz davor, so lange zu fliegen. Ja, es ist echt nicht. Dementsprechend ja, machen wir das heute noch. Aber, wie gesagt, ich will dafür das Stream, weil ich weiß nicht, das wird vielleicht eine halbe Stunde oder so dauern und ich will das halt jetzt nicht einfach eine halbe Stunde lang random laufen lassen. Sprechen. Wir sehen uns später bei einem weiteren Stream. Bis dahin, ciao. Bye bye.